Hey there, Axel. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy your stay. Last stream went well. Let's see. Yeah, I think I did not click the right ad length. I'll have to fix that later. Train myself to have the mouse at a different position. But stream went well enough. Thanks for asking. For those who don't know, please go check out Axel. They're going to be starting the same sort of, not exactly the same sort of content, but they're going to be streaming the same game as me. Go check them out. My apologies about that, folks. I had to go and grab something out of the wardrobe real quick. Greetings, my name is Coinstamp. Hopefully sorry, what a botched intro. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. How are we all doing today? In health and in spirit. Hopefully well. Let's go ahead and get those thank yous out of the way, and then I will go and read the rest of the chat messages. Promise. Where is it? First, we're gonna hide this. I'd like to thank Devious Grace for their Tier 1 subscription this month. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with that. Greatly appreciated. And while I do not currently have any donators at this time, I do want to thank past donators or past people who have made donations. I'd like to thank them as well. Patreon, Coffee, the whole 9 yards. Go ahead and transition screens, and then we'll pick up from there. Hopefully everybody can hear me properly. Please let me know if that is not, if people can't hear me. And let's go read the rest of these messages. You're packing to join your family tomorrow? Awesome, hopefully. I hope everybody has a good holiday this month. Thank you. I appreciate the mic check. Triangle camera's cool? Thank you. I'd like to think so. 500 kilometer by train ahead tomorrow. Hopefully you get something out of your train ride. Almost sounds like you would prefer not to be walking around by or traveling by train. And greetings, Brasby. Good to see you. How are you doing in health and spirit, good sir? Glad you're here and hope you enjoy your stay. First, some bookkeeping is in order, and let me maybe shift the microphone out of the picture a little bit, and maybe slide the camera a little over this way. There we go. I want to apologize for being late today. I put this in the Discord, but I'm going to say it here, because there are people who are regulars here that are not on the Discord. Bad sleep is basically why I'm late. Bad sleep. I ended up waking up at 4, then I was up at basically 7. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sorry, this morning was a bit hazy. Needless to say, terrible sleep. Absolutely terrible sleep. So, sounds difficult to deal with? Meh, it is what it is. People deal with worse on the daily, and I have also dealt with worse. It just stinks. For once you slept great, 11 hours? Nice, nice. I am going to go ahead and unpause the game. So I would definitely treat this as your cue to click away from the video player if you hadn't done so already, Axel. No spoilers. I'm glad you slept great, Razby. I need to really, figure out what I want to do with this. Get the mic positioning exactly correct. I promise I'm a professional at this. Totally not flubbing it up. So, last time, I streamed for entirely less than 4 hours. That's just the first thing I'm going to highlight. Exactly less than 4 hours. I was dead dog tired. And then we, at the very least, got to Kakariko Village. We talked to Impa. She proceeded to be astonished at our lack of memory, gave us a history lesson, and then we pretty much spent the rest of the time exploring Kakariko Village. We still have to do this, but today my goal is going to be to get to Hateno Village. We're going to try to make continual, steady progress with the game until we get our first champion power. Once we get the champion power I'm looking for, we're going to go back and actually do a bunch of cleanup and get go start getting that 100%. It was nice to be able to rest in general because the holidays have started. Sounds about right. I'm glad you were able to get rest. This is just a general question for everybody. You guys got any holiday plans you feel like sharing? I personally don't have any. At the most I would expect is maybe a nice Christmas dinner. And that's really about it. Yeah, my plans have been pretty scant lately. I'm cleaning my glasses if anyone is wondering what I'm doing and why I'm looking down a whole bunch. There we go. I can never quite get the mic positioning right. Let's see. If I back away slightly... Sorry, I gotta switch some things on OBS real quick. If I sit maybe like this, can people still hear me? I, of course, have camera positioning, but I feel like I'm just not quite... I'm not quite in the camera all the time. By the way, please do let me know, and this is just for anybody in general, please do let me know how the audio and video are, if I'm too loud, too quiet, or if the game is too loud, too quiet. I do my best to always keep these adjustments. It's a bit worse further away, but not by a whole lot. Okay, so I think this might be... Technically, you're supposed to have about a hand width of distance for... I'd give it like a 1 to 4% to the experience. Not worth fixing. Fair enough. Okay. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Thank you. Guess I deal with part of my head lopped off in the viewing experience, huh? Oh, goodness me. We probably need to... load this, because we lose time whenever we just sit in the game like this. The in-game internal clock the day-night cycle is ticking while we're talking, so just have to reload that save. There we go. So, yeah, I think I've stated my goal for today is to get to Hateno Village, but we're not going to go without at least doing the Kuko side quest. Oh, you thought you meant if you were further away and couldn't hear. I mostly meant that if I sat back like this to, you know, be fully head into the camera, can people still hear me? Let me see if I can't angle the camera while we're here. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna have to put this into a timer and into the pause screen. Let's take a quick look at the camera. If I go to filters, could I rotate it maybe? I know, I need to shift it to the left. That's just a different thing entirely. That is a center of X. I'm using like an advanced mask from the OBS shaders set, or collection, so I'm able to kind of do things like shift the camera a bit. I want this rotation to be even. I don't know if it needs to be... Let me see what happens when I tilt this way. 30-degree tilt. And then I need to, of course, shift the camera. I need to take this. Oh, I have to keep sliding the source. No rotation is good, so do you mean... I just want to make sure I'm clarifying... I'm clarifying your position. You're saying... Triangle pointing up looks better? Okay, that's good. Thank you for the clarification. Let's see if we can't fix that. That would be... Oh, it's a negative 30-degree rotation. Okay. So like this. Cool. Now I need to adjust... I think I know what my problem is. It just took me forever to, like, get a lock on it. I need to change what the center of Y is. Let's try maybe something like that. Now I'm a little bit less, you know, up top here. I'm more like here in the center. That should help me dealing with the, you know, how I'm feeling about the space of my camera as I'm talking. Okay, that looks good. Thank you for the visual aid check, Raspy. Really appreciate it. It's nice to have someone else there to, you know... Maybe head check my own assumptions, and I'm wanting to sit to the left is the thing. Let's fix that. And give me some feedback. Some actual honest to goodness feedback. So, let's see. Is there anything I could talk about to start with? Well, I guess I should go back and try to answer the, like, community-driven question I put out earlier, which was, do people have plans they feel like sharing for this holiday season? Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Yule. I'm pretty sure Hanukkah has passed, but I could be incorrect about that. I think Hanukkah is supposed to be a week earlier than Christmas, and Kwanzaa is usually a week later than Christmas. If in my memory serves me correct, and Yule happens at about the same time. Going to fire a firecracker on New Year's Eve, and that's probably about it. Festive. In air quotes. Very, very festive. Nah, I'm joshing. In all seriousness, that's fine. I'm not even doing that much. The most I think I'm gonna have is like a family dinner, and you know, the family dinner is somewhat obligational. So it's not like a plan I made myself. It's more like a plan that has been sort of brought to my doorstep, so to speak. A plan that has been brought to my doorstep, and that's gonna be about it. Then you're gonna drink a non-alcoholic champagne, a regular soft drink. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I will probably be drinking the canned version of this stuff. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine or Pepsi. The best kind of non-alcoholic champagne, in my personal opinion. You found out recently that apparently many other Zoomers lack basic skills in their very early 20s. Well, COVID was certainly a thing that happened. COVID kind of screwed over the newer generation, and they're having to kind of recover, and I'm not sure they fully can. I'm not sure we'll fully be able to. And that might make humanity completely effed more than it already is. Do you think it's COVID for the lack of knowledge? No, not directly. Not directly, unless fog brain is involved. I have long-term COVID myself, and fog brain is one of the things that I deal with sometimes. It's why people say I've gotten collectively worse with my snappy communication skills, because it's true. I have. And COVID is in large part, not in large part, but in small part to blame for that. But I will say this, if you're constantly struggling to try to hold a memory together sometimes, it's hard to retain what you've learned. You kind of have to offset the fog brain by working through just that many more problems, or I have to load the save again is what's happening because of the day-night cycle. I should probably really just set the time to morning rather than do anything else. You lack knowledge because of the high amount of CPTSD. I'm not following that acronym. What is that exactly? I'm trying to think of whatever that is supposed to mean, and my brain is just drawing a blank. So no, COVID is not a reason. It sits cleanly in the category of I don't know what to do with that.
Think. Be on your guard. Ganon's power grows. It rises to its peak under the hour of the blood moon.
I had to re-tilt a screen, so my apologies for that.
Of monsters slain in the name of the light return to flesh.
Same deal with the Blood Moon cutscene as with the Shrine cutscenes, for those who are not in the know. I've played through it once, and this is the first time a Blood Moon would happen. From now on, we will be skipping those. Complex PTSD? Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? That's making some sense. I just didn't know what the C stood for, so that kind of threw my whole range of thinking. It's PTSD, or informally child PTSD. It's from many small events piled up. Okay. That makes sense. How do you know it's COVID fog? And it's not something like ADHD or trauma response being draining and making it hard to think, or lack of sleep? Because quite frankly, if it were lack of sleep, that would have happened to me a long time ago. Unless we're starting to say, oh, only now is the cumulative effect of either a chronic lack of sleep or a partial lack of sleep, like, adding up. And in terms of ADHD, I don't believe I have that. Never been tested for it, but I'm pretty sure when I was tested for, like, mental health disorders early on as a child, I figured maybe, I don't know, the military professionals would have picked up on that. Yeah, I got all my diagnoses at a military hospital, so let's just say that there's a reason that I very succinctly remember being able to fit into blue jeans as an 8-year-old, and why well, okay, that's not correlative whatsoever. Never mind. But I very clearly remember the Depakote sprinkles. I can never forget the Depakote sprinkles. It's certainly a medicine that people use to treat some aspects of autism. But I suppose the honest answer, I'll read that next sentence in a second, promise. I suppose the real answer is I probably don't know. I think I know, and I'm filling in the gap, and it's easier when I'm feeling the fog brain to say it's COVID, because that's been associated with contracting and having long-term brain damage from COVID, like COVID-19. And there are enough studies on long COVID now that we can kind of say the more you contract COVID, the worse the long COVID gets, supposedly. ADHD and autism are highly correlated. Perhaps. I'm not gonna be close to the possibility or anything, but I think I would have to go through and get a legitimate diagnosis for ADHD, and I don't think I have any of the typical trademarks for it. I do in fact remember what happened, 10 seconds ago, or, 10 minutes ago, which what was happening 10 minutes ago was still greeting people into the stream and getting started on some of these other conversational topics. And I want to say Axel was coming in right now. FYI, ADHD's hyperactivity isn't the only way it's expressed. You can also be overly unreceptive to stuff. Interesting. I take it that's what it looks like for you. Would that be accurate, Rasby? That well, actually, I don't know. You never actually said if you had both of those things, and I don't need to know. But I would presume you either have some personal experience with that, or you know people who fit that bill, or you've done your reading. I guess it's one of those three things, right? I have to load up. Actually, I don't need to load this up. Let's just save it here. If you get the chance, you recommend seeing if you can get checked for it, because if you get medicine or go to therapy, it can help a lot. Do I write that down? Yeah, probably. That might help. Of course, that would require me having an actually solvent income and not rely on quote unquote betterhelp.com. But I've at least written that down. You have both, but not officially. Okay, I was trying not to ask that directly because it's not really my business. It doesn't need to be my business. But I do appreciate the clarifying remark on that. There's a big local epidemic of people metaphorically burning others on the stake for self-diagnosis, specifically using the label. Yep, that's happening practically worldwide. People are weaponizing psychological terms and psychological terms and definitions. That's been a recent phenomenon, maybe the last 10 years or so. It's the main reason you want to get a diagnosis. I hope that in Romania, the government isn't going to look down on you with an official diagnosis. I know here in the US, there are lots of ways in which, even though if you've got an official diagnosis, the government and people who are aware of that treat you very differently compared to those who don't. Saying that you experience the specific symptoms of ADHD and autism is perfectly fine. Thanks. That frees up my vocabulary ever so slightly. Still trying to tap dance around that stuff, because it's generally not polite to talk about. It's just not. of course, I'm going to give people the blank check on mine because I do have autism. I'm a level 1. I have a level 1 autism diagnosis. That's what my Asperger's syndrome would be now, is level 1. People are more than welcome to talk about it. That's fine. Just don't say I have level 1. Well, okay, that's weird. It's the whole autistic people versus people with autism thing. Don't just say, I'm someone with this condition. No, it's part of me. That's really the only disclaimer I want to make about that. Saying you have ADHD or autism is like the worst thing. The overwhelming majority of people think you need a random Medium article and, oh, that you read one. Oops. English. Let's see if I can remember this thing from Whose Line. Now, from the proud sponsors of the Misplaced Productions Company, we're going to give you another episode of What Women Want after these commercial messages. Okay, now that I've read correctly, you think they think you read a random article and decided you have that, and not only that, but you're hurting yourself by believing you have it? Oh, so they think you're a hypochondriac in addition. Cool. Yeah, great. Yeah, there are... So, I had a nice sit-down with my uncle yesterday over at my mom's house. And he said some things that very much among the number of things that we talked about. One of them really increasingly approached the worldview that autistic people need to experience eugenics, and had the audacity to say figure it out when asking for further clarification on what he meant. That was a real fun event yesterday. I'm smiling, but I'm smiling for effect right now. I really want people to know that I was very bothered by that yesterday, and I had to shut up and smile about it. I believe we call that grimacing. Maximum hypochondria with zero explanation toward why you believe that. Instantly disregarding you were being minimized, right? And then getting super defensive. People just want to make value judgments, man. It really sucks. It super sucks. Wow, we have gone a half hour without doing anything. Let's fix this. I'm not going to be able to concentrate on Kukos while this discussion is going on, and it is important. I just want to make sure, I'm not doing something that requires me to count or focus right now. This is important. Fortunately, this is one of the only times in your daily life when you deal with being dismissed like that. Yeah, exactly. And you shouldn't have to hide that information. It's part of you. Of course, you and I could sit here, jump up and down, and agree with each other, even using different words. Let's see. Yeah, let's go back here and take that right there. I'd like to get to Hateno Village today and not have to draw out the stream further just to reach some arbitrary point. Going back to my previous sentence, you shouldn't have to hide that information because people should... It's not their business. My autism is technically none of anyone's business. And the only reason I make it so is A, people should know how to get a grip when dealing with me. And B, I find that if you're looking for companionship, if you are looking for more intimate connection with another person, if you don't mention that you're a neurodivergent person, people treat that as a secret that is perhaps undeserving of a serious relationship for whatever reason. Your first talk with your therapist was super triggering because she also believed your self-diagnosis is the worst. They're still your therapist because it's been the only issue. That really sucks. The last person you want to minimize you is your own freaking therapist. I'm super sorry that's happening, but it almost sounds like that's normal. At least that's the implication I'm getting from your message, reading between the lines. Unrelated, that date you had, it got postponed. Oh no! You eventually told that person you meant a date, not a hangout, and she said she's not looking for a relationship right now. Ah, you should've not said that. Quote unquote. You definitely should not have said that. But I can tell you that I personally admire your honesty. And had I been that lady, I would have said, okay, you know what? Well, I'll at least humor the man. Oh well. Bullet dodged, or, you know, perhaps, better to have that clarification of not looking for relationships now as opposed to waste more time later. That still stinks, though. BRB, very well. Let's attempt to head toward Hateno Village. We want to get a camera anyway, which is essentially what we're going to be doing today, is grabbing the camera rune. As long as you don't run with the Sheikah outfit, you'll be able to catch restless crickets all day and night. The thing you won't be able to do is, if you want to get any Hylian rice, the only way to do that is by slashing the grass. And you probably also need to be in a specific region to even get the Hylian rice. Whoa there! Oh, it's just a normal person. What a relief. I missed whatever that was. I'm sorry, I completely whiffed on that message. A little while back, just on the other side of Lake Ciela, I got spooked bad by this weird tree ghost, so I'm a little jumpy. Anyway, seeing as how you're a nice, normal person and not a ghost, how about we do some business? I'd love it if you bought something, but I mean, I'm happy just to show you what I've got for sale. The rest is up to you. Take your time looking around. Being in a hurry never did any good for anyone. We're gonna take some goat butter here. Sure thing, that'll be 12 rupees. Thanks, really. Are you ready? Gee, after being so nice, you finally did a, are you ready? We're gonna trade some amber for that so I can pick up the goat butter. I feel like I definitely am due for a haircut. I'm feeling like random stray hairs come out of how I've combed it today, and they're very annoying, super itchy for no reason. We don't need to buy bird eggs because we can climb trees for those, but the milk and butter are not things we can... Who knows? Maybe we'll meet again someday. Or maybe not. Can't waste your time stressing about unknowns. Agus, I need whatever copium you're breathing in, bud. I could use that piece of advice. Don't stress about the unknowns. I mean, I stress about the unknowns, but that's because I'm the thinking type. Oh, I guess also one thing is I'd want to have 20 restless crickets? The only way we're getting that is by hacking up a bit of grass. And doing quick spins, oh, hello. Shh, be very quiet. We're hunting goblins. Let's not wait for you to be mobbed. Goodbye. Oh, that felt too good to do. Just sneaking up on a random bokoblin and wiping them out. Oh, frick. Yep. If we want to be grinding for any number of resources, we definitely don't want to be running, like, at all. How far are we? Four crickets? Oh, we even get lizards. I mean, we already saw one of those, so that's not a big surprise or anything, but still. And kind of have to spin super quick, too. Ah, there we go. One. All right, nope. Stop firing. There we go. Got him. One more for the road. Ah, sure, and now they're not in the tall grass. This fairy will fly from your pouch and heal all your wounds the moment you lose your last heart. It's easily mistaken for a firefly at first, but it glows in the daylight as well as at night. Random fairy is random? This grain is a favorite among residents in Kakariko Village. It's grown in regions with a lot of water and is quite versatile. It's used as an ingredient in things like risotto and rice balls, which we can make sushi in this game. Just need some rice to do it. And how many crickets? We have exactly 20. Let's collect one more. Back, your food arrives, so you're gonna eat very well. Oh, is that another fairy? I heard that. Wow. Incredible virtual life hack. Just spin, slash in a lot of grass and get fairies. I did not, in fairness, I did not know you could, get fairies by doing this. Let me go back and read your last sentence. You're happy she did. You're happy you did. She definitely wasn't available. Well, blessings in disguise, right? That's more or less the takeaway. He pulled a muscle 1 minute before the delivery arrived. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Hopefully that subsides rather quick. Hold muscles, stink. I pull them all the time. Well, I pull the ones on my back all the time. While coughing, not fun. Or especially sneezing. Sneezing is the worst. Because I can never have subdued sneezes. They're just always, DEFCON 2 sneezes. They're really bad. Good. I'm glad it went away. I guess that was, my fault for... I believe we've hacked up enough grass. Let's stop doing that now. I'm definitely glad it went away then. Let's see. What else can I talk about? Well, suppose I can talk about plans I have for, I guess, the foreseeable future. And I guess update some people regarding content. Oh, hello.
Hey.
While he's chatting with me, I will go ahead and do that. So, as soon as I've gotten a little bit more of my mojo back, I will be right back to publishing videos. By the way, when it comes to romantic relationships, you have kind of a bad image of yourself. A friend reassured you that it's possible you'll meet someone who'd be fine with that. Fine with whatever. What do you mean? You know, I want to be careful about asking for a level of detail on this. But when you say you have a bad self-perception, like you view yourself in a negative light, or is it more like you don't like how you appear? Because I know one of the New Year's resolutions I have for myself is going to be to, like, work on my physical appearance. Because most people are superficial creatures at the end of the day. And even more than that, I'd like to not feel like I'm carrying a lead brick all the time. Since you bring it up, you're okay. Fair enough. Thank you for the clarification. By a bad image, you feel like nobody would really be attracted to you. See, you've got a really sharp tack, Raspy. And what I mean by that is you've got great wit. You're smart. You're really smart. You're analytical. I'm more of the philosophical type, whereas you're more of the analytical type. And the ladies really or at least I've been told, ladies really like the analytical types. Not so much the constantly making them self-question types. And you seem like you've got your head together. You're educated. You work an internship or like an actual real job or both. I don't really see any unattractive qualities just on the surface. So I find it strange. Of course, we're all our own worst critics, but I personally think you're underselling yourself. Just a smidge. But, additional clarification, I imagine, would help with steering the conversation. And while that's happening, hiya, my name's Garrel. Come to see Fort Hateno, I take it. Yeah, that's right. Figured as much. It's well worth seeing. Fort Hateno here was the last line of defense between Hateno Village and the awful tragedy, all those years ago. I'll read that in 1 second. Everyone's got to come and pay their respects at least once in their life, right? Given I'm objectively fit, have a job, and charismatic to a lot of people, it seems really odd, like, logically, that I don't think people would find you unattractive in the conventional sense. I think we both could probably agree that the conventional definition of attractiveness is not an issue. It's the subjective sense of the word. Like, there's some personal detail or aspect about your personality that maybe people pick up on. And I'm not saying, I want to be careful with this. I'm not saying you have it. I'm saying for whatever reason, people are picking up on something, even if it's wrong, even if the perception is wrong, or perhaps especially if their perception is wrong. They're picking up on it, they're latching on to it, and they can't, like, unassociate whatever they've latched onto looking at or talking to you from you. Like, whatever value judgment they've chosen to make is one that's sticking with them. So I definitely agree with you. It's not logical. It's almost like attractiveness is not this logical thing in the first place. But at least you got more, at least you have more pegs in that category than I do. I'm lucky to be where I am. I'd be a deadbeat, a true deadbeat if I didn't have any of these client jobs or anything else like that myself. Do you know the story of the warrior who fought here at Fort Hateno? No, tell me about it. So 100 years ago, we had these special warriors called champions. I'll read that in a second, promise. The warrior who fought here was supposedly one of them. I heard the others all died in the big fight. The warrior, though, some say he gave his life here too, but others think he went into a deep sleep to prepare to fight another day, which would mean he's still alive, right? I wonder if I'll still be around when he wakes up. I'd love to meet that guy. Yeah, this dude's a really cool one. Really cool. He'll tell you a bit about this being an actual fort. Like, Hateno was a much bigger place than it is now. It could be that you low-rolled the context. It doesn't matter how attractive you are if the other person's not available. See, exactly. Like I said, I go back to what I said when I made my assessment of you earlier. You have your head screwed on straight. You can tell, at least this is me perceiving you. You can tell when it's the other person instead of you. Oh, there's a pinwheel up here. Let me mark that on the map before continuing onward. So, I guess in the context of, you know, pointing out that it's another person. In the context of pointing out that it is other people sometimes, I would maybe, and this is just me, try to have a bit, well, not try, but I'm hoping that my sentence is at least a little bit inspiring. Well, you giving your opinion helps a lot. Direct reactions have just directly more significance than any logical stuff. Yeah, like that's the thing about interacting with people. We could sit here and reason it away all we want, but at the end of the day, we're talking about attractiveness, and we're talking about people's perceptions of other people. Nice. I should have slashed twice there. That stuff's not logical, right? Whether it's religion, philosophy, or perceptions of people, it's all the same. People have these schema or these ideas formed in their minds, and if they don't see anything that challenges those perceptions... Hello? Oh, hi, Choo-Choo. Yes, I'm glad you're here. I would appreciate it if you weren't here. Thank you. And I guess, you know, I'm stating the obvious, right? Like, I'm not saying something that's novel. Yes, of course, perception of people is subjective by definition. Good lord. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. It's all subjective, which I guess, thinking about it, like, trying to think about this from your perspective, that has to be very frustrating. Because you're sitting here, you know, ruminating over the objective things, and the subjective element, it sort of eludes you. Hello. Yes. Hi. Well, I have to be courageous now. What were you saying, Aniv? That was a good one. A good... What are these emotes? Pot friend bop. A good pot friend bop smashing your pots. Pot friend. That's certainly a string of things. That's certainly some words that Aniv put together. The main issue you have is you just don't talk to women that much. the only remedy for that, I guess smashing is related, but not pot smashing Monka S. Yes, I have no idea what a Niv is saying. This must have been some random thing in Emmett's chat. I'm almost sure. The only remedy for that, I'm afraid, and I know I'm probably saying something that is a tad bit cringe. But the only remedy is getting out and talking to people. You know, flopping on your ass and making a mistake. And, you know, be willing to risk your public perception in some way. That's how I learned how to speak with people. I wish I make it sound so precise, but really I fell flat on my ass many times. You know, just talking with dudes and ladies in high school and in college and on comms and everything else. Even if you say something that's not new, it still adds to how much you consider it. Thanks. I appreciate that. I guess I'm just wanting to make the disclaimer that I know I'm not saying something you don't know, and I don't want it to appear as though, oh, look at Coin trying to act like he reinvented the social wheel. Herder. I don't want to come across as a know-it-all, I guess is what I'm trying to put out there, because I'm not. I'm only offering my own perspective since we're talking about this whole thing. Oh, wow! If that's definitely a blink and you miss it moment. Is that a star piece? I think it is. That glow will last for just a little while. Let's take a photo of that.
Wow.
I can tell you trained your body well. I'd say you're familiar with both sword and bow, right? That's a good skill set. Why don't you join the Yiga clan? I mean, repetition is how you learn, and for simple things like you have to meet people, it's more important usually because we glance over it because of how simple it is. Right, it's taken for granted, and the objective and subjective portions of your brain are in opposition on this. That's my perception of it. I feel like these things are in more stark contrast for you because of how you've talked about this stuff with me before and what I know. So it's not a left brain, right brain issue. It's not. But the way it is perceived, it is a left-right brain issue. You might join a dance club to see if you can meet people. Hey, if you're good, I know the skill set for parkour or climbing and dancing are not quite the same, but I'd like to think that might give you a leg up compared to just any Joe Schmuck or Jane Doe off the street. That's my personal opinion. And before continuing on that track of conversation, I need to do a few bookkeeping things. First, a NIV is a Markov chain algorithm AI chatbot. It is a language learning model chatbot. It has training data based on the Super Metroid speedrunning community. So if you're wondering why a NIV is saying random things, that is why. It's set to respond at a set rate, and if people are saying gobbledygook, it'll be gobbledygook, etc., etc. Just know that if they're incoherent sentences, that's probably a NIV. Second bit of bookkeeping, and this pertains back to the game, and I promise I'll read that sentence in a second. Notice that I'm purposely elongating the Y, Yiga clan, because if I don't do that, I say Yiga clan. If I'm not careful, it sounds like a slur. It's really close to a slur. And I just do not want to take any chances. So if people are wondering, why am I saying giga funny? It's not that hard. You're right. It's not that hard. But if someone could take the negadecimal system or some other weird amalgamation and YouTube or Twitch thinks it's a slur, I probably need to protract the pronunciation a bit. Why are you saying giga funny? It's not that hard, Kappa. Third bookkeeping thing, this is the last one, and this was something I outlined in my Discord. I'm kind of changing structurally the way the intermissions work. I'll start by thanking people for being here with me. I greatly appreciate it. That'll be the first and last thank you we're getting for today. And the way the intermissions work now, for those who have not been here in a while, is they're exactly 3 minutes long. No less. Maybe, might say 5 or 10 seconds, depending on, like, how I have to sync up the timer and everything. But I play 3 minutes of ads during that. The deal with that is the 3 minutes of ads are to help with the pre-roll. Because if I eliminate the pre-roll, then that helps with channel discoverability. It's the whole Twitch meta thing. I'm just explaining, you know, what people should expect while they're here now. I outlined a good chunk of this on the Discord, so if people want the full explanation, please definitely consider joining the Discord. That probably about covers the bookkeeping I want to deal with. So let's go back and read these. I stopped doing parkour for 2 years. Okay. But you learn how to dance by yourself and you like it a lot. You've done it at parties, but you don't know specific dances. That's fine. How do you think flossing happened? People just decided to do random motions one day and you got flossing, which is a dance for some reason. Flossing looks silly, but a dance is a dance. I shouldn't be judgmental, seeing as how I have 4 left feet. The problem you have is that you can't get a girlfriend by just aiming directly to get a girlfriend. Yeah, it's a catch-22. You're having trouble just simply being friends with women? Okay. You feel like Jeff from Community, minus the relationships he had? That's fair. I'm not sure who Jeff from Community is, but I think I get the general vibe. It's like the awkwardness more than anything. I believe it or not, I also have trouble being friends with ladies. It's not hard, but for me in specific, it's like it's the division between the sexes. There's certain things that are harder, I feel, in my perspective, to talk to women about without coming across as a literal creep. Not that it's any less creepy when talking to dudes, just there's that natural tension, right? You have to be careful with exactly how you word things. If you're noble of heart and you know what you mean and you have genuinely good intentions, it should be fine. But the thing is that either attempted or complete misperception, perception in bad faith is more common today than people think it is. Modern era, right? AI, geopolitical movements, humanity's trust in one another is starting to break, and it's noticeable at all levels, including relationships, including trying to cultivate a relationship. And you also have the people who are fake. You have the people who, women or men or anyone, you have people who will string you along and say things you want to hear, and then later, I'll take my break soon, I promise, who will string you along. And then when something profound happens, especially after the relationship has already formed, well, sucks to be you. Too little, too late, now you gotta deal with relationship problems. On top of people distrusting one another on a more general level in today's era, the There's also this like hyper risk aversion that comes with people and relationships, women and or men or anybody. And I definitely feel like your problem, Rasby, with aiming to get the GF has some kind of correlation between the trend line of events happening today and for maybe the past 5-10 years and now. Like, the problem has gotten more acute. How much? I don't know. Kind of, there are definitely too many apples to oranges comparisons here, but I do think there's at least some correlation, even if it's not exactly direct and hard for me to really definitively prove. I can point to some general boogeymen, and that's probably about it. And boogeymen are in quotes. So, I'm going to finish talking with this traveler, which, here's a tip for anybody who hasn't played Breath of the Wild before. Anytime you have a random traveler like this come talk to you, and they don't give you a name, notice, put the pointer out here. Where's my pointer? It's here. Oops. Right there. Anytime a NPC talks to you, they give you a name, just immediately, right out the gate. That you get a name. If you don't see that here, that means you're talking to not an NPC, or talking to a monster. Or rather, a hostile human. And I will let the game do the talking in that regard. What is the Yiga clan? What? You don't know? Fine, I'll tell you. The Yiga clan, it's a powerful, brave group of warriors founded by Master Koga and dedicated to defeating a hero thought long dead. Huh? I will take your life. Da 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 da. Yep, Yiga clan. Cool. Didn't take long, but Vicious Sickle, a grim weapon favored by the Yiga. The half-moon shape of the blade allows for the rapid delivery of fatal wounds and serves as a symbol of their terror. Its durability is low. And if you want mighty bananas, killing the Yiga clan is how you do it. This fruit grows mainly in tropical forests of the Farron region. Okay, that's not the only way to get it, but if you're not wanting to go to the jungle to grab durians and bananas, then killing the Yiga clan is how you'll do it. When it's used as an ingredient, the resulting dish will temporarily increase your attack power. So if I don't want time in advance... Yeah, it seems there's a worldwide problem with loneliness. Yeah, there is a worldwide problem with loneliness. And I could sit here and talk about the 4B movement, or you know, men go their own way, MG Tau, or, you know, the incel movement, or so on. Like, that's just another tack of the whole thing, right? And I want to be careful because it sounds like I'm a conspiracy nut job to talk about any of these particular collections of people. But over the years, those sorts of groups have done work behind the scenes, either collectively or just rogue persons in general who also happen to subscribe to things like MG Tau or, 4B. And the result is a further erosion of trust between differing sexes, which, okay, that might push people toward being, LGBT by choice, quote unquote. But then they take that mistrust with them and it drives wedges in the LGBT group too. So I harken back to the whole mistrust thing. It's more amplified than it ever has been. It's weird because like the number of people hasn't changed, right? The human population has only been mushrooming ever since. I suppose red pill and right-wing stuff does this, and this is the result of world instability. Exactly. You and I might use different approaches to arrive at this result, but yeah. The red pill, blue pill thing, or, black pill, pink pill thing, it is really gaining a lot of traction, and it freaking sucks for everyone else. And attempting to sort of other these people and not let them either dig out of their own rut or be stuck there makes the problem worse, because they view these people these people view others, like whoever the target group is, like men go their own way for women or 4B for men. It sows further distrust and division. There's no talking nuance with these people. They're generally just too far gone. They're stuck in their own biases and can't get out. I hate saying it because I want to see the good in people. I genuinely do. But just like with the anti-vax movement and so many other like local anti-establishment movements, people get stuck in their own heads and they create echo chambers for themselves. People surround themselves with things they want to hear rather than things that might be hard to swallow but are objectively or subjectively correct. And that makes things worse. World instability creates a lot of fear and pressure, which people capitalize on. And that's about as much as I want to say, and therefore the demand of simple solutions. That's where right-wing, red pill, black pill, etc. Raises, and which further makes the world worse. Essentially, it's the failure to heal from trauma that reinforces it, as opposed to just keeping it neutral. Yeah, exactly. And the more you try to fight it with reasoned thinking, the more of a boomerang. Ironically, the boomerang effect is the thing you want to avoid with these people, but just trying to be objective about it makes it worse for them, because they already distrust you from the beginning and they see you as an outsider. Like, this is just like group dynamics in general and not specifically citing 4B, MG Tau, and so on and so forth. You can't talk to these people like they're objective. They're not. You need to use emotional appeal to them and make them feel things to correct them. Very, very anti-logical, I know, which drives you and I, for different reasons, up a wall. Like, absolutely. You were the laser! A Niv! A Niv. What an accusation. I was the laser, sad face. We don't know who a Niv is saying the laser. Could be me, could be you, could be a random person in chat, or nobody at all. A Niv will at people that aren't in here, and I've done the checking to see if a Niv has actually added someone, and like 99% of the time, a Niv does not reply to people in chat meaningfully. Logic doesn't usually work because you're essentially pulling the rug under their feet without giving something in return. Yeah, exactly. Which is sort of antithetical to how I personally operate. I don't know if anyone else operates that way, but I find usually logic is the choice dispel for irrational fears of emotion, but maybe I'm only ever talking to people that aren't too far gone in the first place. And I don't know. This is definitely jumping into conspiracy, like rabbit hole territory, and it's not the most comfortable place to be. But while I think on perhaps where I'd like to take this conversation further, I actually want to take a break because we are 12 minutes overdue for said break, which people are definitely experiencing that pre-roll. Again, I'm going to reiterate, there are going to be 3 minutes of ads per break. So if you guys want to get up and stretch, please do that. I hate ads too. I wish I didn't have to run them. I really, really wish I didn't have to run them, but I do. So the best thing I can do is make it so nobody has to sub over an ad. I never want people to sub over ads. So I'm putting that disclaimer out now. And when we come back from said break, I will pick up exactly where we left off. And I will read all those sentences then. Thank you guys so much again. And with that, I will see you after the really short 3-minute break. Thanks. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. The 3-minute breaks and the 3-minute ads during the start of the stream are kind of an experiment. I'm always doing my homework and I'm always researching, ways to make the stream better and increase discoverability, which I'm happy to report that my posts on Blue Sky and Twitter have been helping in that. As soon as I stop fighting the algorithm and accept how things are, then the discoverability has gone up slowly but surely, and I just kind of have to keep at it and not continually have long client jobs that pull me away from it. But alas, this doesn't exactly make... I love doing this, and I promise I'll read everything that was posted up there in just a minute. I love doing this, but I have to be pragmatic. There's a reason I pet sit, and it is to make money. It's so I can live. It's so I can live. I hope people can forgive me for that. But the result is I'm doing everything I can to boost discoverability and get to a point where I don't have to, house sit for incredibly long stints or not be picky with clients and stuff like that. Let me go back and make sure I haven't missed anything. Logic usually doesn't work because you're essentially pulling the rug under their feet without giving them something in return. If you feel lonely as fuck and you get relief from Red Pill, if you just tell someone why Red Pill is bad, they won't have an alternative. Right, they'll defend it really hard. As I have experienced in my own personal life too many times, where I've had otherwise great men that I used to be friends with take the red pill, or subscribe to the force-fed misinformation down their throat, and then I have to unfriend them. So the solution is unfortunately complicated. The core of the issue is simple solutions, because they're not simple and they just prey on people's fears. Really, usually once people get their needs met, they can get to see the harm that's done, and until then, it's possible they won't. Right. So it's like, it really does harken back to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, doesn't it? Where people need to feel safe and secure in where they are before they can, get past the more... They need to get past their simple and intermediate needs before they get to the true top of the hierarchy pyramid, which is transcendentalism, thinking about other people. That's the very tippy top of that pyramid. The rest of the time it's filled with personal stuff. Food, safety, shelter, clothes, and then relationships with people. And even if their needs are met, it's not guaranteed they'll see what's going on. You could look at Elon Musk or super rich people. Yeah. Yep. Doge. Am I right or am I right? I have tons of eye rolling for, it's not durable. What do I want to get rid of, though? Maybe it is the Korok leaf I want to get rid of here. Yeah, I'd like to have one more weapon, at least for the time being. It really stinks. Because you would think that people that are getting their needs met would be capable of seeing the hurt in other people, but I guess I'm not a psychologist. I'm not someone who's been studying the mind. I only have my own observations to go on, and even then it's... Analyzing people is hard, and it's easier when you have the knowledge, and if you don't, it's really hard. His needs aren't met. It's not just the basic ones, but somewhat advanced ones. Maybe this might be a time to pull out the Maslow's hierarchy pyramid. Let me see if I can't, pull it up on phone. Oh, I can't because my phone is dead. Cool. Oh, you're... sorry, I kind of figured that was just... That's what I get for trying to interpret the sentence. Here we go. Phone is charging. The fish... So, you mean basic needs and advanced needs aren't being met? I'm not sure what which portion of Elon's basic needs aren't being met here. I'd love to know where the train of thought for that is going. The issue is that you can't fix internal problems with external means. External means. A random monk on a hill very likely has a much nicer life than one of the richest people on Earth. Maybe because they're free to contemplate things? Oh, you didn't write that properly. Solving basic and advanced needs aren't enough. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's making a little more sense now. It's not just needs. There's a whole other thing to it. Okay. Communication between you and me cleared up, but like doing the inner healing. Yeah, so if you go a long time without getting your needs met, and then your needs are suddenly being met, you haven't healed, right? You haven't gone through the necessary introspection to arrive at, what have I been doing with my life this whole time while trying to... Is it survival? Is it ignorance? Which is it? And for how long? No one's taken, like, people like that have not taken stock in their situation yet. Okay, there we go. Got him. That only took entirely too long to do. I'm trying to practice my skill with headshots in case anyone was wondering. I can do them sometimes, but no guarantees. So I guess in my case, you know, not all of my basic really? I thought that yellow streak would have been a lot closer than that. I guess not. There was this guy, kind of popular. His name was Buddha. He figured out that the core of dissatisfaction is not about how much you were doing, but how much you were wanting. The quintessential, like, sin of greed. But FYI, the needs framework isn't really useful, is not useful. You wouldn't dig into it much. Fair enough. I think we've about hit where Maslow's hierarchy of needs is useful anyway. So thanks for the call out there. Niv, they can't stop seeing me get up and walk a bit more while in health, can I bet? And Niv just casually dropping, like, stream of consciousness updates. And what is this deal with terrorizing? Huh, Niv? These are the bottom dollar questions that I will likely never want to know the answers to. Oh, that streak of light is gone. I guess we can, Oh, you know what would help? If we actually went to the tower. These towers are how we get our map information, by the way. Just for anyone who didn't know. I suppose overall, I just find the whole thing so unfortunate. Oh, and also, before I forget, I do want to thank people for following during the break. I really do appreciate it. Means a lot. I just wanted to make sure people knew I didn't miss that. Nice. I got him. All right. Yep, off into the water. No, I did not want to swim there. Might need to try to eat something to give myself stamina. But yeah, Buddha kind of figured it out. The core of depression, excluding the depression caused by having your dopamine system physically effed, is just really wanting many to hard to achieve things really hard. So Your brain's dopamine reward for each action is extremely dependent on how far away you are from the finish line. This is why you feel so good after the last exam, as opposed to after the first exam, despite doing the same exact amount of work. Because you're closer to your achievement, what you want at the end. Yeah, that's making some amount of sense. Really screws with a person's fortitude in that case. Maybe that's my own internal issue too. I want an incredible amount of things. I'd like to be physically fit. I want companionship. I'd like to get out of whatever rut my life currently is at the moment. All these things are really far away. And maybe I'm the one spiraling into depression somewhere. And I don't know it. If you want to write a 1,000-page book and you're at page 1, you'll feel crushed and completely demotivated because there's effing 999 pages to go. For perhaps 1,000 pages. Insert meme of SpongeBob taking like 30 seconds to write the world's fanciest T ever for the word "the" for the paper he had to write. Insert that meme here. I might have to go and look that up. I mean, what you said was just so apropos to that. I had to. Yeah, it definitely does feel like that. Just a bit. And if you carry all that emotional, like, self-inflicted weight with you, it adds up after a while. So you recommend trying to let go of things? Well, I certainly don't want to let go of being physically fit, if nothing else. That I need to just reconcile with. Being fit, having a relationship, being stable are all great things to have. I'm gonna take this giant Boko bat. But you do have to explain some nuance. Yeah, so it's like, what things do you keep? What things do you let go? It's contextually dependent. Right? It's contextually dependent. And some things you reconcile with rather than letting go entirely. Whereas other things, like perhaps, me streaming and wanting to, be popular, or being an accomplished something. Like, I'm working on writing a novel, not right now, of course, but I have been working on writing like a novella type thing in my spare time, and I realized pretty early on I needed to start with the world building process, which of course the world building process, if you want it to be good, is actually writing a novel in itself. So I'm figuring out how hard I want to work at that. When experimenting with letting go, you realize you don't want to let go of of going to work, for example, but then you found out you cannot let go in the future. You can only let go now. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Really? Yeah, you either let go or you don't. And of course, I know me personally, when I've tried to let go of things beforehand, I'm just gonna grab this Boko Club. If it's something that was already really, really held dear, held tight, it's very easy to latch back on to. Like with the whole streaming thing. This is probably the third time I've done it. After that, you let go of going to work, like during this holiday, and you felt so much better. And when you'll have to do it, you'll address it then. Yeah, how do I want to word this next part? Hmm. Being prudent in life and trying to get your desires to line up with that level of jurisprudence is hard. Many of the things that I wanted to aspire to pretty early on did not line up with traditional Southern American values for work. There's a reason I'm in this condition now. It's my own decision making, but a lot of my own aspirations of what I wanted to do did not line up with being a practical person here in the US, or even just life in general, I guess. Letting go is just really hard. And when you've intertwined so much of what you're holding on to with your physical circumstance in life, letting go is even harder. Nice headshot. I'm sorry, did that just give me a prompt for a sneak strike? Even though I was already well into combat? That's really strange. How do we want to deal with this? Oh, I think I have a piece of flint that'll work for this. Yeah, I was using fire arrows for this type of thing before. We can just use a piece of flint. That's much better. But if you feel scared of letting go too much, yeah, it kind of has to be gradual, right? That's the human condition. It's the human condition, and it's just a contrivance you have to deal with daily, really, truly. Y'all good up there, fam, or what? Sorry, I don't know if anyone else heard that, but there was like someone was operating some motor, and I couldn't tell if it was up in the air airplane or it was someone's generator or someone's lawnmower, etc., etc. Sorry, but it was such a stark noise. These aren't noise-canceling headphones or anything. I used to have some, but I no longer do. And I guess, honestly, if it creates mildly amusing moments like that one, maybe it's for the best that I don't have noise-canceling headphones. Do we have anything for speed? Ah, we do have something for speed. Cool. Was that... See, talking to NPCs is useful. That low-level haste potion we kind of thought was a do-nothing... It's not a do-nothing anymore. Nice. Excellent. Wow! We went from falling off the tower and, just losing any... Oh, hello. Quick, ride the wind while it's good. Well, what can I say? When people are laughing at or laughing with us, let me try that again. I am not usually the man known for funny witticisms. My reaction to things is usually what people find funny. Yeah, for the daily tip this time, it's really simple. Just let go of what you want and want way less. Ah, yes. If you expect disappointment, you will surely be not disappointed, right? You'll probably feel a lot more content. Yeah, and I'd probably feel a bit more, I feel a bit more dour overall. Thanks. No, okay, when my joshing is all said and done, FYI, if you don't get dopamine, you don't get behavior reinforcement. In all seriousness, yeah, like keeping your own perspective in mind and not getting ahead of yourself is probably a good idea. Okay, is that going to create an updraft? Or nope. No such updraft to speak of. Yeah, instead... At least the recommendation is don't get dopamine, or limit the dopamine you get, and not... Ah, yes, I would like to, I would like my daily infusion of cortisol. At least it's not, at least it's not a recommendation for cortisol or stress. Cortisol is for those who are not in the know, cortisol is a sort of, it's a hormone that correlates to, like, dealing with high volumes of stress. I'm sorry. I just shot through vines, thorns. Let's try not doing that. If it takes you an extreme amount of effort to start exercising because you get no dopamine for actually trying to and making progress, then you're kind of doomed to fail anyway. Damn. I'm so looking for... Stop! Holy Lord! What a setback. Getting over it. Impossible edition. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Getting over it would probably actually make me pull my hair out. I'd rather not. Yeah, I get what you mean there. Still, I know me personally. I don't want to wake up in the morning feeling like I'm carrying a tungsten brick in my stomach because I'm waking up with weight on me. I don't want that. Like, I have non-dopamine related reasons for wanting to be physically fit. Some of that is like people issues. Some other portion of it is me personally, which I think, if anything, this discussion makes me realize I should probably lock into my own personal reasons rather than using wanting to have relationships with people as the reason itself. Like, that is definitely a setup for failure. The reasons for wanting to make a change are usually not dopamine. Dopamine is just how your brain lets you do it. And my plan is going to be to start with some jogging, like, next year. Specifically doing it again. Dopamine's primary thing is reinforcement. So I suppose endorphins must be the I suppose endorphins might be the thing that lets you do it the first time. Would that be correct? That's probably incorrect, but hormones are part of an especially balanced breakfast, and you can't have dopamine, usually, without also having endorphins. Usually. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheer Wine or Pepsi, as I've already said. Cheer Wine's one of the good ones. Cheer Wine's one of the good ones. It's one of the only local U.S. like brands of soda that makes their own product and only relies on either one of the two monopolies or one of the two major corpos, Coke and or Pepsi, specifically Pepsi for the bottling. So buying Cheer Wine is a nice way of supporting semi-local U.S. business. Because you can push yourself hard enough to do a workout if you try hard enough, but you don't get enough dopamine from it and from getting yourself there. You can be sure that that not only is this behavior not reinforced, but it is actually reinforced against because of how much suffering, quote unquote, it puts you through. Yeah, it's the idea of, work. I've seen this argument online sometimes where it's like, I legitimately don't want to do it, but I have other reasons for doing it. It's using the fear or pain to sort of drive your decision making rather than enjoying the workout itself.
I've seen a lot of people on Reddit say if they didn't have to work out, they wouldn't. They would just coast. I'd like to get to a point where I can coast. And, you know, if I never do because of genetics or whatever, fine. But, like I said, people are judgy, superficial creatures. And I'm tired of my health being where it is, so I'm going to start doing something to change that. Your advice isn't to stop wanting to work out, unless I mean like being generally content, but shifting the goalposts closer and closer when you actually get the dopamine. Yeah, setting and managing expectations is like the generic like buzz phrase for that. Managing expectations. It's a good lesson, even if the way people normally use it today is mostly meaningless. I'm holding some meaning in it today, because I know this conversation has been legitimate. People aren't just saying buzzwords and buzz phrases to feel better. Okay, our goal is way over there, which... Chat, I want you guys to make a nice... it's kind of hard to do this without the camera, but... If there's a reason to play Breath of the Wild, it's this. That over there is Mount Lanayru, and that over there is Hateno Village. Even though it's not like a hyper photorealistic view or anything, just being able to stand at the top of a tower and just gaze out and see all this land before you is breathtaking. If there's anything Nintendo knows how to do with their games, especially like the bigger passion projects, it's views like this. They're very breathtaking, and it is something I've considered. I've actually considered modding this game, but only for the express purpose of, you know, getting the camera mods right. But even modding like the Switch version of this game is hard, because the Switch sends a lot of telemetry data and everything. Wanting to be fit is a mountain goal. Any step you take will give you nothing. Wanting to do just one set of a bicep curl. Any step will give you something. This doesn't mean you're avoiding, you aren't focusing on being fit, but you're focusing on the present. I think the idea is more to be present rather than to reject a certain path. Agreed. Coin takes notes. The stream. My apologies for any time spent not looking at the camera. But I'm not getting any younger, and writing stuff down helps me a lot. A lot of people would balk at reducing the goal to, I got through a workout today. But if it works, it works. That's like almost the smallest bite-sized piece of the goal you could make. This was personally mind-blowing to you, but the future literally doesn't exist and the past doesn't either. You only exist in the present, and so it only makes sense to keep in your head the next step, and not a highly detailed fantasy of how your life would be if you'd achieved that peak of the mountain. Ah, yes, now we're hearkening back maybe a little bit more to Robert Frost's The Road Less Taken. Because you've got this path that you've laid out before you, and you haven't even set foot on it yet. You're still at the crossroads trying to make a decision on the smaller branching decisions of what you want to do, like, in the moment. And people don't realize that those small branching decisions might make them take some sort of detour from the road they envisioned. Let's start heading over toward Hateno Village. Good lord, at least we'll make it to the namesake part of the thumbnail today, if nothing else. And would you believe it, chat? We're a bit less than halfway toward the point where we can start trying to 100% this game. For those who are maybe not aware of my plans for this, my plans for how I want to go about 100%ing is to sort of streamline this first portion where we grab the few necessary essential things, and then we'll begin making our way toward this region right here. I want to say it's over here somewhere. There's a champion power that we get as a result of going to that region, which will let us, you know, jump into the air whenever we want, and lets us paraglide anytime. And that's going to help us with 100%ing the game a lot. What? Who are you? I demand answers. If you're up this late, you're probably up to no good. Gee, thanks for labeling every night owl and third shifter ever as, you know, untrustworthy and a ne'er-do-well. Thad, you complete anti-Chad, I guess. What are you doing up at this time of night, huh? Huh? How about I demand answers from you? I'm a traveler. You certainly do appear to be a Hylian like the rest of us. Hylians are generally good folks, so... Sorry for getting all worked up. You didn't even use the right reasoning, Thad. My god. Have I told you the tales of the four horses? So we're not... I want to be clear. This is like the tale of the four horses and not like, you know, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, right? I'm making sure I'm splitting off those two things because they're totally different, right? Cool. Okay, then no. You've not told me about the tale of the four horses. Go on whenever you are ready. You're free to go. We're just a waypoint on your winding road, huh? Ah, the life of a traveler. We can get most things you need at the general store, and the inn is just back there. Tale of the Four Horses sounds like a, sounds like a really long parable, or like a really long fable of some sort. Have you heard of Zen Buddhism? Name only. So I know it exists, and I've heard people talk about it, but not... I wouldn't know the first thing about Zen Buddhism, apart from it being related to Buddhism, so... do tell. I'd look it up on my phone, but it's currently charging right now. People sleeping? People be sleeping? Grrr. Those are some sleeping noises right there. I don't know about grrr. Maybe that's supposed to be snoring. Yeah, you know what? This lady probably be snoring. It's fine. I snore too. Not a good thing to happen in your sleep, because usually that means you're not getting enough oxygen, but that's a whole different topic entirely. But, welcome to Hateno Village. Hateno Village is... If there are two places you're going to be spending a lot... Well, actually, I should say this. Kakariko Village is not necessarily a spot you spend a ton of time in. Hateno Village, on the other hand, has the dyeing station. As in, you know, dyeing clothes. We're going to be spending a ton of time at that. It's a branch of Buddhism that emphasizes direct experience, simplicity, and everyday awareness. Zen just means meditation. Ah, okay. That makes some sense. A div. Is it a bad idea to do multiple choice answer? Feels good. Insert a Home Improvements Tim Allen's grunt noise here. I need to put that into the soundboard, actually, now I think about it. I need a piece of paper. Do I have one in my printer? Paper. My printer is out of ink. And I haven't been able to replace the ink for a while. So printer paper becomes writing paper. The horses thing is an excerpt from a book about Zen Buddhism I got into recently called Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. I'm gonna lose time if I don't pause that. Okay. An excerpt from the book, huh? And I take it stuck with you because you found it profound? Or like it applied to you in some way? Would I be correct in that? My apologies, chat. I am writing down things for the soundboard until I get them typed. I will paste it to you in the DM since it's 1,500 characters. Fair enough. Yeah, that's probably a pretty yeah, that is a lengthy read. That's the equivalent of like what, six or seven tweets? If tweets are like 240 characters, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Sent it. You read it whenever you want, which can also be right now. That's gonna be a bit of a toughie. So, of course I would drop the paper while this is happening. So, the way I got this to work, this like stream setup to work, is I have the game capture hooked into my Asus G-Sync monitor. And because it's hooked into my monitor, I don't have access to the second computer. And if I try to read it on the streaming computer, well, it's going to start acting wonky and disconnecting. I might be able to boot that up on my phone and give it a quick glance during break. Yeah, the phone's charging. I should be able to turn it on. Let's see the charge percentage. 42%. All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn that on. While that's happening, I'm going to take a second to do some shilling. It's not a big deal. Yeah, you've already given me the leeway. I'm just kind of explaining, oh, I'd take a look at it now, but, you know, insert X conditions here. There we go. That paper on the floor was bugging me. I had to take it out. I had to pick it up. Excuse me. If you guys like this content, and you know, we don't always just talk about the game, you know, all the time. We've, you know, mentioned geopolitics, Zen Buddhism, you know, relationship issues, red pill, black pill, so on and so forth. If you guys want to hear more about that type of stuff, feel free to leave a follow on Twitch or a subscription on YouTube. It lets me know that you like the content, and you know, it's a pretty easy way to just support small channels or big channels or any channel really. And for you guys on Twitch, you even get 5 emotes out of the deal. What a bona fide bargain. But then I suppose, other than that, if you guys do feel like financially contributing, please note that that's strictly not necessary. But if you do feel like doing it, I do have options for that, either in the VOD description on YouTube, or it's in the About Me section on Twitch under the donations panel. Take a look at that in your own free time. The only thing I'll say is, if you want extra content on top of the stuff you're already getting, I am putting a series on Patreon and Coffee for members. It's a Dragon Age trilogy playthrough, where it's not quite the guided Let's Play stuff I normally do, and it's not the live streams. So if you want semi-exclusive content, Patreon and Coffee is the way to get that sort of stuff. That's it. That's all the shilling I'm going to do. And with that, we have taking care of the shilling for the entire stream. Isn't that nice? You know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, insert Kappa expression, like rainbow Kappa here, that type of thing. I don't think we're going to be able to make it to... Let's park ourselves in the shrine. Because there's a shrine... There's usually a shrine in all the major villages, or there's one near each village. And the shrines kind of help with fast traveling and everything. Link became a car. He's going to park himself. Vroom, vroom. I think the only thing I could say about that is there's a DLC. It's the second DLC. It's called the Champions Ballad for Breath of the Wild. And that DLC has the horse motorcycle. So one of the ways in which you can traverse this land by walking is by taming a mount. You actually have to tame one yourself and everything. But if you complete the DLC and you do everything at the end, you get a bicycle, a motorcycle. Complete with, you know, revving and everything. It's really cool. Oh, I gotta demonstrate this. Miam Agana. Miam Agana. What a name. Okay, let me show you this unassuming puzzle while we're here. And I'm gonna, you know, leave it on this puzzle while we take a break now that we've parked ourselves. I'm not moving sticks or anything. There's no sticks. How do you guys think I might be moving this? If anyone says gyroscope, you probably have that, like, right. There's a little indicator that says move, and it handles the, it mentions just the whole Switch console. Yeah. I'm tilting my controller with the gyroscope in order to get things to move. Of course, I have to reorient it now. Is it safe for work? As far as I know. Yeah, the gyroscope is... So, I have recognition of things in 3D space, but God, semicolon, damn, am I bad at gyroscope controls. I am god-awful at these. Mainly because I'm constantly having to, like, change my grip, and if I'm not paying attention to, if I'm not paying attention to, like, where I'm tilting the controller and I'm just kind of talking, you know, to people and I'm gesturing with my hands, I suck at these. I have to focus when I'm doing these. Yeah, fun fact, you can make your headsets partially wireless if you have a wireless Xbox controller and plug your headset into it. Holy shit, you just realized you could theoretically use an Xbox controller with your wireless headset to get extra range on your headsets. Yeah, because can't you, like, Bluetooth the Xbox controller? Like, assuming you have one with Bluetooth capability. So, like, most modern Xbox controllers have Bluetooth capability, but the original prototype ones don't. Or, like, the ones that are for the original ones that came with the 360 or any other kind of original Xbox controller does not have Bluetooth capability. That's got to be like a hot mod type thing. Both headset and Xbox ones you use come with a dongle, which is a wireless 2.4 gigahertz network. Gotcha. Yeah, so it's the modern day. It's a modern day controller, which makes a lot of sense. Okay, it is break time, ladies and gents and non-binary people. People of all stripes, really. And, let's see if I can, let me see if I can do this. I wish I could, like, reset this damn thing. That'll have to do. I wonder if you could daisy chain dongles to get a very long range on stuff. I don't know. That seems like it would be very prone to, you know, like electrical hazard risk. Then again, I'm also not an electrician and couldn't tell you the first thing about daisy chaining wires together like that. Aniv, and her ult a 20 ratio buff. This isn't League of Legends, pal. But you know what? It's the most sane thing. It's the most sane thing you've said all day, Inev. It's the most sane thing. But, and alt sort of looks like an acronym here, but I know it's not. Oh, not wires? Oh, dongles, like the plug on the end, right? The Xbox controller could send audio through it. You could use an adapter to plug your headset's dongle into it. Yep, okay. Yep. I have a pretty good idea of where my headspace is now. Okay. Miscommunication sorted. If the headset could then accept a dongle and could somehow forward audio and other stuff, you could cheesy... where's this? I need this. This is what my word fusions feel like sometimes.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
That's not quite loud enough.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
That's what listening to me has to be like when I'm making gaffes like that. Just literal brain rot. Speaking of relieving some brain rot, it is break time. You guys know the spiel. 3 minutes. 3 minutes of break, 3 minutes of ads. Please feel free to get up and stretch and take a break for yourselves, because I hate ads and I know everybody else does, but them's the game. Them's the game that we play, and I will read all those comments when we get back. See you guys then. Thanks. I am so sorry about that, guys. I had to like babysit a game, and when I felt it went beyond reasonable, I came back. So sorry about that. Let's switch screens. Let me go ahead and address the recent comment first, and then I will switch back. Hey there, American. What's going on here? Nothing much. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing in health and spirit? Hope you are doing well. Enjoy your stay. Yeah, my dad's playing spades, and he asked me to babysit the game. Like, make sure he didn't leave it or whatever while I was helping with Grandma. Like, that's next door in the master bedroom. Not something I enjoyed doing, but I was asked to do it, so I did it for as long as was reasonable. That's about as much as I want to comment on that at the moment. I'm incredibly loud. Let me go ahead and move back to the previous comments. Aye. But what brings you here, American, if you don't mind my asking? How did you find the stream? I'm always curious to see how everybody is finding it, especially because I'm doing new things with algorithm engagement and everything. I'm always curious to know if what I'm doing is working or not. Let's see. Moving back over to the Twitch chat. We are multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so if you guys want to say hi to each other, feel free. Otherwise, if you're wondering why I'm switching perspectives between different chats, that's why. Scrolling YouTube? Awesome. That's like the best way you could find a channel. Really, truly, that means a lot. Thank you for being willing to answer that. Let me see. Let's go back to Twitch chat for just a second. The headset could accept us. Oh, right. I think we already... Yeah, okay. Not really. You make as many mistakes in speech as everyone else you talk to. Thanks. Appreciate that. Unrelated, I personally felt really dissatisfied recently because you want to do some fancy automation linked with macros and such. We even started working on something like that today. And guess what? It felt pretty bad. Didn't feel rewarding at all. So you didn't get any dopamine from that then. Unfortunate. Oh, that's better. My throat was getting a bit dry. You found the, you found a macro you were working on 7 years ago? I want to make sure I'm parsing that last sentence there. And while that's happening... So, we're here at this shrine. You found the stream. Okay. Oh, you're yep, okay. Steven is being a derp face. Let's not be a derp face anymore. Yeah, you were... What was I doing at that time anyway? Was I think I might have been playing... It was either Dark Souls or Fallout. It was... You asked how we found the stream. Yeah, that's true. Dark Souls and Fallout. Oh man, those 7 years ago, I was 25 then. My, how the time flies when you're either having fun or stressing out, huh? I was doing hitless runs then. Yeah. I'd love to be doing them again if I'm being quite honest, but oh my god, I literally can't talk and do this at the same time. Gyroscopic controls are frustrating, is what I have to say, but I'm gonna try my best to do that anyway. Wow, I thought for sure I would have already dropped the ball. I think I remember like changing the tilt on the gyroscope controls to get this right. Let me see. Yeah, that's how we do it. We just circumvent the puzzle entirely. The best way to play roll goal is to just flip the freaking table. You were a teenager back then, and now you're a fully grown person with a job, depression. Wow, yeah. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. I'm glad that's in the same sentence as a job and everything else. Now I know you're just being real with me, and I appreciate that. It's just, it's very much in the self-depreciating line of. Yeah, it's very much in the self-depreciating line of humor. Is this Breath of the Wild? It sure is, American. I'm glad you asked. Yep. Welcome, I guess, to everyone at the sort of bottom of the hour. Welcome to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I hope I've adjusted the category and everything correctly. This is an action-adventure game where it's not the latest installment in Legend of Zelda. I think that goes to the Echoes of Wisdom and Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't have access to Tears of the Kingdom. That's a game my sibling has. If I wanted to play that and that's what people would have voted on, I would have, I'm just going to hold it like this while I'm talking. I would have, needed to go talk to my sibling about that. That would have been a whole ordeal and a half. And so I'm starting with Breath of the Wild. You got clinically diagnosed recently? Niv, where we do the heart glitch? Oh, is the heart glitch is in relation to obtaining the early Master Sword, right? Is that what you're referring to, American? Shifting back over to Twitch chat. Niv, I check daily and then the spectrum... the spectrum to the road? Google Translate on a stick. That's something right out of a Google Translate game. Really, truly. I'm definitely, one of the things I do want to do in 2025, assuming I'm not still here at Breath of the Wild, is play a Google Translate game for everybody. Like, Metroid Prime Google Translated is the shit. Everyone, absolutely everybody will enjoy that experience. The spectrum to the road is amazing. If only we knew what it was in relation to. I don't even know what game like Oats and Goats would have been oh my god. I don't even know what game would have been played at the time in Oats and Goats channel. Or in Emmett's channel for stuff like that. That ball is in fact getting tortured. You are right about that. There we go. Final freakingly. That only took entirely too long to do. No unlimited hearts and stamina. Make sure I'm not missing YouTube chat here. Okay. Yeah, I guess. I don't really keep up with Breath of the Wild glitches much, if at all. So I'm glad to know there's a glitch for that. You read Stamani like you would read salami? Stamani salami. Yes, sir? And now I need to go back and tilt the platform down, because if you guys noticed, there was a chest on that apparatus. Yeah, these are called apparatus puzzles, by the way. And there are multiple, plural, apparatuses. Multiple of these. Anytime you see these gyroscopic towers in a shrine, they require the motion controls. Do they require one or more apparatuses to solve? Usually the shrines that have these puzzles only require one. But I think the DLC, the second DLC, gets real freaking devious and requires like 2 or even 3 in a row. And I gotta tell you, as someone who is terrible at gyroscopic controls, there's a reason I turned gyroscope aiming with the bow off, because that's something you can do in this game. There's a reason I have that turned off, and it's because I'm terrible with it. You think with me having my small Burger King style hands that I would be great with gyroscopes, but no, I'm freaking bloody awful. All my homies like gyroscopes. I'm sure all the homies do like gyroscopes. I like gyroscopes too. I just can't operate them. It's this chest right here. My dad invented them. It's true, Kappa. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you had like an ancestry tree related to them, though. To the man who specifically came up with gyroscopes. Probably not, but you never know. Just do yourselves a favor, and this is just a PSA for anybody wanting to know about their heritage, their past. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, American. And see ya. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. If you're lurking, that's fine. If not, then I'll see you when I see you. I'm sure that dude was a real homie. Ever since his contributions, people can now gyroscope. Phrenic bow. A bow passed down through the Sheikah tribe. Concentrating before drawing the string will allow you to target distant enemies as easily as those nearby. Oh, the Phrenic bow is my favorite bow in the game. Like, straight up. Make sure I'm using regular arrows here. So, this is the view on a regular bow. And this is the view on a Phrenic bow. This is the sniper's bow. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. And Merry Yule, Miss Yule. I'm pretty sure it's just Yule. Are people aware? Did you guys know that Christmas is quite literally almost a carbon copy of Yule? It's a Christianized version of Yule. I bet people didn't know that. The more you know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. No, I didn't always know it was related to Yule, but I didn't always know it was a, the Christmas has to be a Jesuit invention, because that is something the Jesuits did a lot. Yule? Sure. Yeah, the holiday is referred to as Old Yule, I think. Damn, okay. Hey there, John Shaw, good to see you. Welcome to the stream, welcome on in. Hope you are doing well in health and spirit today. And hopefully you enjoy your stay. Yule is a Wiccan or ye old, I don't want to say pagan, that's wrong, but it was an old tradition in Europe and other places. No problem, John Shaw. Wicca. Let me spell that out there as well. Yeah, Wicca would be the religion, and Wiccan would be the person. Like, Christianity is the religion, and being called a Christian would be the designation or the descriptor for a person who believes those things. You actually pronounced my name correctly. Good, thank you. Yeah, it's John Shaw. It's meant to be. It's not supposed to be that hard. Niv, what are you laughing at? You've never heard of Wicca? Trying to think of how I could describe this. It essentially refers to people who believe... Wiccans are known more for their spell work, and I don't want to say witchcraft, because Wiccans are not strictly witches. That's like a very erroneous thing to say. But... if you practice witchcraft, because there are different kinds, but Wiccans have like heavily spiritual beliefs that don't identify with the modern religions of today, but the religions of yesteryear, that are also not the neo-religions of today either. So, for example, there is a neo-religion called Wodinism now, which is the belief in the Norse god Odin. Yeah, that hasn't... Maybe then a lot of the Norse pantheon died out, but the specific belief in Odin never really did. It just changed form. So, and now there's Odinism. Of course, if you're a hyper-partisan, like, white person, there's also the extremist variant called Wodinism, spelled with a W, based on one of Odin's old names. And it's the idea that basically BIPOC people can't practice Odinism, which is really gross and really wrong. You really do want to try spellcasting one day? I might have to ask, I have some folks that I could talk to about that. One would argue that being a programmer is being a spellcaster. You write special symbols in a particular order and does something physical in the world. Yeah, but it's missing the... I would liken programming to voodoo magic more than anything else, where you're acting through a medium, and that medium is what's having a physical effect. That's really all spellcasting is you're using... Yeah, kind of. I want to be careful with that. I don't want to reduce voodoo because it's also a set of spiritual beliefs. I don't want to reduce it to what we've seen on TV. That's like incredibly insensitive. But I'm trying to think of what people would remember about it, and it's not much. Plus, voodoo is kind of a closed belief system. Kind of like, if you're a Rastafarian, that's considered a closed belief system. You're either born into it or you're not. You can marry into it as well, but there's only so far, like, natives who are native adherents of Rastafarianism will let you go in that religion. It's still relatively closed. I have a high risk of being reductive in my attempt to be funny. Fair. Is spellcasting an actual thing? Yes, it's called spell work. A good example of this would be scrying. My sibling kind of has personal experiences related to this. Scrying is like a really innocuous form of spellcasting. There's lots of different methods for it. There's the water scrying, where you'll fill a bowl of a specific kind with clear water, like clean water, and you attempt to, of course... Can spellcasting help me get a girlfriend? Not really. At least not on a physical level. But those who practice spellcraft would say, I can send energy, positive vibes your direction. I can have an effect on your luck. That's really what spellcasting tries to do. It's about an adherence to spiritual energy. I've actually sat in on a number of public spellcasting sessions. I had friends who also did this sort of thing. I even had a friend who attempted to, he never quite showed me, like, his setups at home or anything, but he would often talk about, I think it's Enochian spellcasting. Yes, it's Enochian spellcasting. It's spellcasting in regards to the 4 archangels: Gabriel, Michael, Uriel, and so on. And the belief that divine angelic power actually means something in the physical world. Can someone send me some positively charged electrons? I'm not sure you want those, friend. I don't think you want to be ionized. Your skin probably wouldn't feel much of anything with that, but still. Just remember, spellcasting is, or spellcraft, let me say it that way. I'm not sure you want to be ionized, my friend. I mean, ask the water that is deionized for chemistry reactions every day, and just have yourself be stripped into like parts and pieces. And of course, you know, messing with your cells on an electrical level, no, you don't. You don't want negatively charged electrons either. How do I word this? There's a reason that, do you want electrons at all? Well, yeah, you want them, but you want your cells, you want the reactions in your cells to sort of do that for you safely with a buffered environment. You don't want to be hit with electric radiation or anything. You don't want a wave of electrons washing over you. That'll have unintended results. And I'm talking like a pure concentrated blast of electrons. We deal with electrons, you know, being released from reactions as energy all the time. That's how chemical reactions occur in the first place. And sometimes there's too much energy, and that results in bonds breaking. Like that's just stuff happening in your cells on the atomic level all the time. So when someone says they want to send you some energy, they don't mean they literally want to send you. No. They're talking about spiritual stuff. They're talking about psychological stuff. Child, I feel for you. That is reassuring. It's supposed to be. It's like if I said I was going to send prayers your way, you'd probably know I'm talking about, you know, spiritual stuff or emotional stuff, not. The power of prayer does not, in fact, cause things to happen on their own. That's where I will definitely break away from my Christian companions and friends. Prayer is what people do in order to communicate with God and to perhaps signal to other people that that's what they practice and believe. It's not... You need to actually do something physically and not just in thought for it to affect another person. Period. Straight up. Aniv, what are you saying? That would be great to see you. Oh. Aniv, you're right here. Now you can't see us, but you know you're here. Actually, it probably doesn't know we're here, but that's fine. Yeah, Spellcraft is just a way to work vibes, or I have met a person who believes in hard manifestation. My siblings like that. They believe they can manifest some things, like manifest a bad situation into being. I, of course, don't agree with it, but I do have to respect it. Because that is how my sibling is choosing to see the world, is by manifesting that personal energy, that personal spiritual belief into something. And what do you think about hard manifestation, Rasby? Or I suppose anyone else? Where you believe that your thoughts do become action, and they do translate into physical events happening after some time. Oh, you were able to make some really dismissive joke about that until you said you have a family member. Yeah, I was trying to tap dance pretty playfully around that, but no, my sibling does genuinely believe that stuff sometimes. It's always an interesting discussion when it shows up. Child, why is your name Neb? If I put a W in there, at least that would make you related to a real person. But this is not a surname. This is like your first name. I think that's a really good example to express how trauma responses evolve when the world is so hard out of your control and you require some kind of system that makes enough sense. Yeah. So, you know, it's not even just my sibling. I have friends too that do that. Like, there are people in my playgroup who do this. And I just kind of have to sit there and say, okay, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, this is how they rationalize things. This is how they go about framing things in terms of their own life. Hey, mister, did you come from the big wide world? Are you gonna say web? I come from the World Wide Web. I'm on everyone's screen right now. You look like you're good with a bow and a sword, so you must be pretty strong. Are you strong or what? Sure. I bet you could use all sorts of different weapons, right? So, you want to help a kid's dream come true? My Gramps is dead now, but when he was alive, he loved weapons, though he never got to see all the ones he wanted. So you bring me weapons and show them to me, and then I could tell Gramps about them when I meet him. Sure, kid. Yeah, I knew you'd do it. Where should we start? Have you heard of the Traveler's Sword? I've seen it in books, but never in real life before. If you find it, please let me know. Please let me see it. Oh, the side quests in this game are... They are long-winded and require many steps. And the Weapon Connoisseur is the first in a long line. Let me go back and catch up on what I read. On what's been typed, excuse me. In attachment theory, this is late-stage avoidant attachment. It's when you quadruple down on self-reliance and such. So stuff like manifestation is just a prerequisite to be able to live normally, because it'd be too painful to realize otherwise. Yeah, that's probably a way of putting it, you know. I insist on being self-reliant myself, but I guess for whatever reason, I don't really subscribe to manifesting things, or like putting spiritual or mental energy into that. It's not gonna happen. I'm too mathematically inclined. Ironically enough, in my playgroup, I have a friend who's actually a mathematician. He graduated with a degree in mathematics, and even he uses these words. A mathematician. Of course, it's usually parroting what other friends in my group say, but yeah. I feel weirdly anxious and depressed about that. Depressed is the wrong word, but I feel a bit glum about that. Because it denies that things are just statistically or probabilistically likely. Well, self-reliance isn't bad. It's when you dib everything. Oh, it's when you... I'm sorry, I'm having trouble parsing a sentence. When you bid, okay, that's what was going on. I should have read the full sentence and then made a correction. That would have fixed everything. Thanks. When you bid everything on it super hard, it can cost something like this. Oh, and by the way, don't be tricked by believing mathematicians and physicians or whatever are less superstitious than everyone else. Gee. Yes, you know, there's a reason... I've had to explain this when I was a college student myself. Like, oh, you think that the science would breed the religion out of you or something? No, it didn't. My aspirations at being a cellular and molecular biologist have nothing to do with my faith, or lack thereof. Like nothing whatsoever. I think, if anything, the recent times have really sort of... At least one thing to come out of all the geopolitical turmoil is nobody puts scientists or mathematicians on a pedestal anymore. Because I would say prior to 2016, you don't accept manifestation out of logic. Having stronger logic doesn't help. It's just addressing emotional needs? Yeah, exactly. I guess maybe I don't... My emotional needs are different. I shouldn't say I have less of them. I should say they're different than the friend group that I have. And so... I find that I experience some discordance between my friend group and myself when we talk about things like manifesting energy. But then if I turn around and say, oh, you know, I'll send, you know, positive thoughts and energy your way, sometimes I get the eye roll of, did you just say prayer in the friend group? And then sometimes I'll say, isn't that just the same thing? What's the difference? I was definitely not trying to do that just now. If your sibling is in the manifestation and it's highly correlated with avoidant attachment, and you seem to have anxious attachment, makes sense to you. What am I doing? I need to introduce the shops. Okay, I've got this. Greeting time. You're a customer, right? I should mess with her right now and say my mistake, but I'm not gonna do that. Han, it's a customer. Looks like he's hungry to have his clothes dyed. I'll leave it to you. You could just, like, leave it to the sign outside. Kochi Dye Shop. We live to die. It's super common to have anxious attachment with avoidant attachment and such, and the other way around. Yeah, my sibling and I are, like, diametric opposites on just about everything. My sibling, I would say, is, like, vaguely spiritual. Have it developed like that. Vaguely spiritual, and they, you know, they've gone through, like, stints with Wicca, stints with other religions, and then just being vaguely spiritual. I myself started off as an immature nihilist, and then at some point I developed, I became a Christian, and I haven't moved. I should say I haven't moved that needle. And then I became both a Christian and a philosophical druid/bard at the same time. I never really changed my worldview after becoming a Christian that much. I only became more of a humanitarian instead. What else? I tend to like exerting control over character development, whereas my sibling prefers going by feel on a lot of things. We're like I said, we're complete polar opposites. Man, am I feeling some really high satisfaction from what you studied now coming up in something real. It's like the coincidences finally start to make sense, huh? Being a diametric opposite doesn't mean I love my sibling any less, of course. Or that I like my friends any less because I sit sometimes on the opposite sides of the aisle from them. But I'd like to think I'm unified with my friends and my sibling when it matters. I'm not always... Dealing with opposites can be really triggering at times. You're telling me. Welcome. If you were looking to add some color to your wardrobe, you found the right place. You do. Oh, God. Can I get, like, a snap of this man's face right here? I really probably need to make a print screen of this, or... Let's do this. There we go. Got it. Did you watch the VOD of last stream like I do? Okay, a lol. Gonna meme around? Speaking of memes, this man's face is a meme. I do feel like I'm sort of... It's literally dealing with... I definitely don't want to compare my sibling and say they're a shadow. We're not shadows of each other. But we definitely... My sibling and I have checkered pasts with each other, and I would say maybe within the last 12 years, it's become 12 to 14 years. I'm 32? No, 14 to 16 years. There we go. It has become not less checkered, but more negotiable in relationship. And I would say my sibling and I are pretty close now. There's a lot more we agree with than disagree with. You meant that every insecurely attached person has a part of them that's untouched and a bit disowned. Ah, okay. That's making a lot more sense now. That part is called the shadow. Ah. This feels like I'm dealing with terms like the id, the ego, and the super id all over again. Although I know that's not quite right. Welcome to Kochi Dye Shop, where we live to die. If you have any... Oh god, this guy has like the clown voice and I can't do a good one. If you have any dye ingredients, it's 20 rupees to dye an item. That includes our service charge, of course. So if you have anxious attachment, your shadow is the stuff from avoidant attachment. Makes sense. I guess if we're wording it in those terms, yeah, it would be like if my shadow were a person. Like a whole person, and that shadow is the baseline all the time. Wasn't always like that, but it's what it is now. Now that we're both fully functioning TM adults. Let's get going and dye your getup to the color of your choosing. Tell me more. I love the fact that someone so young is so interested in our unique Hateno dyes. It is indeed a part of my duty to keep the young people from losing interest in the tradition. Let me give you all the colorful details of how the magic works. Hateno dyeing is a traditional craft of Hateno village. In days past, we use our own prepared dye ingredients. But these days, there are so many monsters about that it's difficult for us to gather ingredients. That's why we switch to the customer bringing us the dye ingredients. And in return, we have a small service charge. And the total price is just 20 rupees. So now, I promise I'll read that in a second. Now I'll dye your clothes to the color of your choosing for 20 rupees. That includes all consulting fees. This dude, he gives me, is it hillbilly vibes? There's, what am I thinking? It's a Fallout enemy. It's Point Lookout. There's a group of, I guess they would be irradiated humans who are kind of really, I would say, addle-brained, and know how to make moonshine, but can't talk really well. Yeah, this guy gives me those vibes. Like, real goofy looking. And that can be extremely triggering because each attachment has two fundamentally incompatible approaches to solving issues. Nail, a hammer? Meet nail, kind of. Avoidant attachment wants to learn the steps of what happened, a very logical and methodical approach, while anxious attachment focuses a lot more on how the person feels and trying to get the person to see what they see. That's strange, because when I have tested on this before, but trying to get the other person to see what they see, yeah. I've actually taken social tests on this before, part of my IEP, my individual education plan for being on the spectrum. That's what it is here in the US. Every special needs / mentally challenged person, and I hate using those words, but it's what the government uses, gets one of these. And one of the things I had to do was go actually get clinical grade group therapy growing up. And I took a test, and I'm the one with avoidant personality disorder. My sibling does not have this. My sibling argued, does it feel like anxious attachment? Does it fit in the interaction you have with your sibling? Oh, this interaction doesn't fit with anything I do. It's flipped. My sibling is the more natively emotional one, and I'm not. I have the opposite issue. I struggle with what they call, or as neurotypicals would say, expressing the right emotion at the right time. Yeah, fearful avoidant. So I guess to actually address those statements, then I don't know if I would say we're really truly shadows of each other, but it's more like the emotional basis is the same, but the way that we go about trying to explain it and explain it to other people is where we differ. It took you so long to come to terms with this, so let me kind of explain. Sure. Let's see. Do we have 20 rupees? Wonderful. Now go wait up there. I'll be just a minute. I misread she was anxious because you don't know the other contexts. That's completely valid. That is completely valid. I wouldn't expect anyone to get a read on me. That's usually how I like things, is if people don't make assumptions about me, then it means they treat me like a normal person. but you're actually fearful, which means you spend most of your time in one, and then in certain situations you flip. That sounds about right. It's the Hateno tradition to dye a person's whole outfit from head to toe all at once. Alright, choose your dye color or go ahead and change clothes. Let's choose a color, because I don't want to change clothes. Now, chat, I actually got a little bit of a question for you, because I do want this to be more than just Steven does X or Coin does X. What colors do you guys want to see? It's all or nothing. But what colors would you guys say you want to see with this specific outfit? And that could be really disorienting. One day you're doing something, another day you could be doing something else entirely. Does that sound relatable? Not on its face, but I guess that might be because I don't know what that something is. I guess my responses to situations depend on who I'm talking to. If I'm in a situation where I'm worried about biting the hand that feeds, I might be more inclined to use my logic. Whereas if I'm not in that same situation, whether or not I use logic to explain things depends on what the other person is doing. And then I guess when it comes to stressors on myself, generally speaking, I try to rationalize how I'm feeling instead of just feeling the emotion. I try to save, feeling the raw emotion for myself alone. Because I personally, this is just me, I feel as though I don't need to show people my emotions. I don't feel the compulsive need to make people see how I'm feeling on average. And I don't think my emotional state is anyone else's business. Besides, people can read that sort of thing off my face, perhaps without me even having to say anything, which is usually what happens. Yeah, that sounds very in line with the avoidant attachment style. I use logic where I can, to the best of my ability, and then if that doesn't work, sure, I'll go for an emotional argument. And I try to avoid relying on emotional arguments. Whereas with my sibling, it's more of a true 50-50, but in conversations I've had with my sibling, especially when we're talking just about pure feelings, the emotions are more intense, and you really not like uncontrollable emotion, just loud. You know what the emotion is upon just looking at face. Kek, Aniv, this is not a convo to Kek about. Rude? I got a punishment for you, Aniv. Just you wait. Take that, robot. Take that. Holy do I feel uncertain of my read. The attachment style is really about the core goal, and less if the behavior is anxious or avoidant itself. Avoidant people can act anxious, and the other way around, depending on the circumstance. The bigger question is why, and to that, I say I couldn't really tell you. I'd have to sit and come up with a litany of this is what happened in my life, and this is how I dealt with it. And even then, some of it depends on age. See? Now your prescription has just switched for a third time, which that's not like a jab at you or anything. This kind of proves my point of it's really hard for people to get a read on how I'm feeling or what kind of methodology I'm using in terms of psychological terms, which I guess is what all this is. People kind of have to take a net average and ignore outliers in my life. And I don't think people want to listen to my whole life story just to be able to read that. That's too much for not a nobody on the internet, but for someone who... But now that you said what you said, I'd read you more as avoidant rather than fearful avoidant, but you also like really care about the stream. That's just a matter of professionalism, and you really care about what other people think too. Porque la dos, I think is how that's said. Why not both? And also, I guess while I'm here, maybe this will help you. Maybe it won't. I try to take the net average of things when I can. I try to take aggregate opinions and form some new aggregate based on what the collective... if it's both, and it's simultaneously, it sounds like secure attachment. Shrug. I am out of my depth at this point. It sounds like you definitely have, you've definitely done at least homework on this. This is not study. That'd be a bit funny. It's like the good ending. It's the good ending, but I flip back and forth. It certainly doesn't feel like a good ending to me. Because if anything, it feels like I'm non-committal and I'm just changing all the time. No one gets a decent read on me because I'm non-committal. But attempting to force myself to stick to one strategy or the other, even if subconsciously, is anathemic to me. However, it depends heavily on the shallowness of the situation. The attachment style only comes up in high-stress situations. I can imagine that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think for color... Let's see if we got anything in the... You don't quite have enough ingredients to dye to that color. Sorry. Do you want to try another color? Sure. What do I have on hand? Can I go for like a light blue color? Choose 5 ingredients you'd like to use. Sure. Yeah, okay. We have ingredients for this. Choo-choo jelly. If you have the awareness of both... Oh, hang on. I missed something. You have the ability to control both styles, both avoidant and anxious, but you don't feel like you're super secure, then you bid on fearful avoidant. If you have the... Oh, the awareness of both styles. Yeah, that's probably about where I'd sit. And I don't know if I have... It's definitely not control. It's more like it just really depends on the circumstances. I don't like... It's not flippant. There is a pattern, but it would require way too much divulging of personal details, like, on camera. Not to mention it would be things that nobody would care about. But, yeah, you know what? Like I said, hammer, meet nail. I'm the nail. You're the hammer. Presentation. It's all about presentation. The streams are always about presentation. Like, straight up. Because people don't stick if the presentation isn't good, right? That'll be 20 rupees. I'm lucky I have just enough to die. Thanks for the business. Here we go. Oh my god. Insert eye roll here. As usual, we're gonna see this scene once and that'll be the end of that. I'm not gonna lie, chat. That would probably freak me the hell out the first few or several times. Just not knowing when you're gonna have the wooden planks under you give way and you fall into a pool of, dyeing chemical. Or like a mixture for a dye. I'd probably like feel the heart leap from my chest. Wow, absolutely chromatic. And how is it? Do you find this palatable? If you'd like to do a re-dye, just let me know. I dyed the first time. Thanks, what was this name? Sage! Oh yes, that's another Nintendo staple. Everything is puns. Everything. If you're not a palatable, yes. Yes, exactly. Cringe, right? like extra cringe with cringe sprinkles on top. If you're not a pigment of my imagination, you must be a customer. Would you like to get back to square one and change your clothes to their original color? No, thank you. Come round again. Every day is a good day to die. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I know. The puns, they hurt. It hurts us. It freezes us. So on and so forth. I'm grinning like a big fat idiot, and I need to stop that. But it's hard to do so, because both my sibling and I do enjoy these types of puns. We have a very childlike sense of entertainment, perhaps me more than them, when it comes to the puns. Although that said, my sibling has the better gift of gab when it comes to puns, whereas I just kind of like stumble into them. I'm not very good at making jokes, in case it wasn't abundantly apparent what was happening. I'd also like to point out that we've probably spent maybe the last 30 minutes just sitting here in the dye shop, and in town, and I'd like to fix that. So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna take a break right here. Are you good at making jokes? I don't know. Let me see. I know there were. You mentioned you were reductionist when you were wanting to be funny for effect, but oftentimes I felt like I was definitely missing the read, or like it was more apparently sarcasm rather than jokes, which is fine, and that's just an observation I'm making. Honestly, I wouldn't know. But you definitely know how to spot the puns at the very least. Especially when they're as eye-rollingly obvious as Sage in his Kochi dye shop, the whole living to die thing. I'm gonna let you guys listen to this rain for a little bit. So indecisive. I know. I'm such a non-committal person. Honestly, and this is going to be my committed answer, I don't know. I don't have a good read on what your jokes are, if anything. So, IDK is what I'm going to stick with. Oh. So, indecisive. Yeah. What are you hmming about, Aniv? You know, that's probably the most intelligible thing Aniv has said today, is just an alliteration or an onomatopoeia of pontificating over things. We're going to take this break, because I need a minute to gather my that bias of how you see yourself really did come up. Yeah, right. Like, it's, you know, which avoidant attachment is it? And I'm kind of like thinking to the high stress situations I've had in my life, and that's kind of I would definitely say I trend more toward the avoidant side than anything. Related to the previous point, you were hanging out with a friend a few days ago. We looked at some memes. I saw a meme that was like so dry it fucking hurt. You felt physical pain. Usually with memes, there's three reactions, and this is the last statement I want to make before we take break. Pre-roll and everything, right? Let me shift over here. With memes, it's either, I don't know, I've never seen this meme before, or I'm interpreting the meme at face value, so it goes over my head, or it had better be a freaking stale meme like Harambe, or I'm probably not getting it. I am a dinosaur when it comes to memes. Like, I obviously I can look at a meme and maybe sometimes parse it, but my ability for meme recall is almost non-existent. Like, I just don't keep up with them. I really don't. Memes seem like a part of the cool kids club, and I've always been a square. I've never been a cool kid, and I'm fine with that. The particular meme you were watching was so bad, you'd rather get punched in the face. It was like one of the only memes that were this bad. Oh, yeah, negative self-image is a lot more common with fearful rather than anxious and avoidant. Yeah, because you can see your own actions when you switch. Hammer, meet, nail. I keep saying it. It's at this point, it needs to be a quote freaking stapled to a chatbot because, oh my god, I'm going to keep saying it. Hammer, meet, nail. I'm the nail. You're the hammer. I'm very self-aware of when this is happening, and I feel powerless to stop it because ironically and recognizing when I switch, I know it's an emotional or like subconscious response, and there's not a damn thing I can do to fix it. An anxious attachment person believes they're the most innocent, so they don't feel bad about themselves. See, that's where an avoidant attachment also believes they're fully responsible for themselves and that they're a good person as well, or they don't care about how they feel about themselves. See, here's the thing. Me and my sibling, we both are self-aware, but my sibling's more confident about their own reactions to things. Not all the time. Sometimes the fearful avoidance lines up, but I would say more often than not, maybe I'm just not around to see, because it's not like my sibling and I live in the same roof. We live in different places. So I'm always getting second or third hand accounts of everything. Or not second or third hand accounts, but like, I'm getting the story after the fact, right? I'd have to actually be there every step of the way. Yeah, I'm getting carried away here. I'll go back and read those couple of lines after this commercially sponsored break. See you guys after the break. I would probably take a stretch or do whatever you got to do. Because 3 minutes of ads are surely a doozy. Anyway, thanks. And we are back right about on schedule. I'm getting good at this whole 3-minute ad break thing. Let's go ahead and switch scenes back and let me catch up on messages before continuing. Let's see. Fearful of waiting is usually leaning one way or the other, so you can lean anxious and be anxious most of the time, or the other way around. Yeah, when I took my... When I got, like, tested over this stuff and all that, at the time, I wasn't 18 yet when this was happening. I wasn't an adult. There was still room for things to morph and change. I think I was 16 when I took such a test, and, I had avoidant traits then, so I still have them now, and, like, that is my baseline. I could probably take the test again. I probably even have the ability to maybe not go back to the same institution, but I'd be able to find something pretty close in my own state that I can use for this sort of thing. Usually the person holds one state as the primary and feels a lot of shame for the other state. I don't feel shame about either, I guess is like where the break is. I just sort of see them as different sides of myself, and they just kind of come out. The methods of handling things just kind of come out when they come out. Certain situations I feel perfectly fine just suspending all my emotions, or as many of them as reasonably possible, and just focusing on pure logic, and in other cases it's literally impossible. A good example of this would be when I was in... There's a black spot from the arm mic. I thought I had something on my monitor. I tried to clean that. So, like, right there. Yep. This is why I moved that. I'm sorry that... Kekwa. Yep, Kekwa. Kek W. I know everyone says it's Kek W, but Kekwa sounds funnier to me. It also makes it less apparent that it's supposed to be like a jovial laugh. Anyway, this is Coin just being weird. I want to be less weird. Let's try to actually get to the research lab today. Otherwise, I could just sit and chitter chatter about, you know, psychological analysis and mental health all day. I really probably could do that, but I shouldn't do that. We could keep talking about it, but I have to try and, like, keep my attention focused on two tasks at the same time, or we're never gonna get to where we're never gonna get anything done that way. The way you heal is that you learn to integrate them, becoming aware of both at once, so you can pick what is appropriate to use. I'm somewhat of the way there. Again, not that I have like any fine control, but I know, okay, this is the kind of appeal I want to make. I'm gonna go with that. For example, with my family, my father's half of the family isn't always the most readily susceptible to emotional arguments. So I try to use logical ones instead, where I can. Meanwhile, if I'm having a discussion with my sibling, it's a coin flip. It's an absolute coin flip, and it's just contextually dependent on what we're talking about. If it's my friend group, okay, there's some but there's some morphisms in personality that take place when we're in our friend groups. So essentially, when anxious, you become blind of avoidant stuff, and the other way around. Yeah, that's basically a way I could describe it. Yeah, it's either or, it's not both. Best way to describe it is like a light switch, and I'm at least aware that the light switch is something I'm gesturing off camera like that's supposed to help anyone. I can flick it on or off, but sometimes when deciding which method I want to use, sometimes the individual stressors might force that light switch in a particular direction, like in a particular state. Basically, that's how I would describe it. Fearful avoidant is when that gets healed a bunch, it starts seeming like anxious attachment without being that. I mean, I don't know how you act in other situations, but you don't generally seem like you have a lot of issues beyond the negative vision of yourself. That is because I don't talk about it. I observe the first rule of Fight Club at all times. I just don't talk about it. Even between my sibling and I, when we're... It's not that I don't discuss those issues. I'm being a little bit, hyperbolic here. It's more like... How do I word this? I don't often have a vehicle to talk about that stuff often, and oftentimes when people do ask the question, it's never from the intention of trying to understand. It's always from the express purpose of, oh, the way I'm handling things is getting in the way of something else right now. I need you to change what you're doing for me. And not because they want to understand. That is typically where the question comes in. I don't usually get curiosity questions. So I'm almost always filtering for some other ulterior motive. My first question when people are asking is usually why? Why are you asking about this? What does it matter to you? It's a me problem, not a you problem. And then the conversation goes from there. I'm always having to screen for these things. I don't talk about any of your own stuff. You do have a bunch of issues, but a few issues, but pretty big. Right, exactly. I guess it's sort of the same protocol. It's not like I want to talk about my own personal issues all the time. And people would probably say I'm being melodramatic. If you're wondering, you were fearfully avoidant, but as you healed and you've become more and more secure in your situation, I like to believe that's how I talk. That how I talk on Brain, I need you to slow down. I like to believe that how I talk on Twitch or on Discord is fine. Yeah, no, it's not a problem. At work, you deal with avoidance stuff a bit. And romantic stuff, you have a great deal of anxious attachment. That sort of feels like the same as mine. Obviously, you've got a few... There are different spins on it, but when I'm dealing with people, unless I know I can be logical with them, at the very least, I'm not being logical or emotional until I know more. And then I suppose... The last time I was in a work setting, quote-unquote... was when I was interning at the Charlie Norwood VA Medical Center downtown and Doctor's Hospital that was maybe like a couple miles from that hospital. This was that was 23? Oh my god, that was like a decade ago. Jesus Christ. I'm old. I felt my age when I said that. Good God. Yeah, Anyway. Relatable. Yeah, it's like, I feel fine, and then suddenly I'll say something that makes me feel my age, and then I'm like, damn. You know, my sibling sometimes calls me a fossil, calls me ancient. And they refer to themselves as old, and we only have like a 3-year difference between us. I really felt the ancient part of that sentence, of their words, right now. People born in 2010 are 14 now. Are our teenagers? Yep. They're just now reaching the rebellious stage of their lives. Let's figure out this furnace, because I've sat on a cliff doing nothing for entirely too long. And all we have to do is follow the torches. What was I saying? Yeah, you've got a few... You handle things a little bit... or not a little, a lot differently than I do. But it seems like the way the attachments switch without extra context seems similar. You know, we have the difference of where we were born and our specific circumstances as like the ways that make this an apples to oranges comparison. People born in 2010 are as old as I am when you initially joined the stream. That sounds about right. And I get their immaturity, but I'm also at the point like, oh, well, I sure hope you grow out of that immaturity, quote unquote, and et cetera, et cetera. Looking at 14-year-olds now, I definitely feel more like an old man than I did 9 or 10 years ago. I wasn't as not relationally, what's the word I'm looking for? I had less personal things as an interest that I could cite as an activity that me and the youngins had in common. Less relatable. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Less relatable. And I don't think I'd be called an old fogey, but people would definitely not agree with a lot of the worldviews I hold now. Plus, 14-year-olds are still thinking about high school, and none of the nuggets of wisdom that you would have learned while you're in high school or personal life after would make that much sense to a teenager. Plus, they would probably see me as some minor authority figure for whatever reason. Talking about changes in mindsets between being a teenager and adult, am I right? Okay, I need to find this furnace before... I could just sit and talk. I really am that old man in the lawn chair. If people give me the room to talk, I will talk the whole time. About probably nothing. About actually nothing sometimes. I feel like I could spend 10 minutes talking about paint dry. And maybe waxing poetic or metaphorical about watching paint dry. And people were like, you spent 10 minutes talking to me about the deeper philosophical meaning just to relate it back to paint drying? Ugh. Insert cringe groan here. You can also do that? Well, then I guess we're kindred spirits in that regard. Where is this furnace? You know, here's the funny thing. I did some playtesting. I played up to this point. I should know exactly where this furnace is. And for whatever reason, just can't. Not today. I'm looking for some sort of, You also really like meditating and doing nothing at times? Yeah, I feel the same way. I really don't mind just sitting and thinking through things. Granted, I don't observe the same logical schema that you do, but... Like, last week you managed to focus for 20 minutes? Really hard on a brick wall at uni? Yeah, I've gotten that. I'll just be thinking. I'll be staring at a wall or just staring at some spot outside for 10 minutes, and people are like, what are you staring at? Which will snap me back from whatever I was thinking, and I'll say, I don't know, maybe I just thought I saw something over there that looked really interesting, and I couldn't quite recall. A Niv! What the A Niv! This needs to call my Bussy. Gives the supermarket that Mario pixelated in some respect. But looks like... I can't even. What is this? Is this a name? I'm grinning like a damn idiot over absolute gobbledygook. Is that 3-on-3C? Stole some credits are... Well, those are words. I'm gonna have to time you out, though, Nev. There we go. I have to give a Niv the good old wooden bucket scrub for a word like that. Not allowed. I noticed every brick, the difference in how much it sticks out, the different cracks, the different color tints on some of the bricks, the way the bricks would cut off on the end. Yeah, I could do that too. Especially if I'm not actively thinking about anything, but I'm just looking to stare. Oh man, now I feel kind of bad. I remember that woman who rejected me, the fact that she was also like that. Oh, where she would stare off into, like, space, and you'd ask her what she's looking at, and she would have to come up with some response for the answer to your question. I have not found this furnace. Holy Lord, where is it? Oh, it's up here. Okay, got it. I got it now. Now you feel a bit better because you caught yourself being biased toward believing she'd be a great match when in reality you don't actually know. The misguided throes of youth. What you wouldn't give, I'm sure, to go back in time and give yourself that knowledge from before, right? I don't know if that's how you felt, but I know if I were to put myself in such a situation, I'd definitely go back in time, give myself some of that knowledge, maybe handle that social situation differently. It's the thing that comes with introspection. I'm always shuffling and shifting to the right. That's gotta stop. You don't really regret not having earlier knowledge? Okay. Oh, you know what I just realized? I can't even really reasonably do this. We need to cook ourselves a movement speed elixir first. Or we're gonna have we're gonna be struggle busting it the whole way. Luckily, I know where the cook pots are. They're right over here. We just need to go actually light up one of the cook pots. Hey there, J-Man Curly's Toilet. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're well in health and spirit today. And hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to Breath of the Wild, where we're definitely talking about Breath of the Wild related things. Actually, that's a joke. We've been talking about tons of topics today. Most of them were personal or psychological or spiritual in nature. One of those three things. All right. Elixir. We need a movement speed elixir. How do I want to do that? This is the cooking and potion making part of the stream, and I don't do this too often, but... Merry Christmas Eve? Yes, happy holidays to you, J-Man Curlies. Merry Christmas, or for anyone else in the chat, in both chats, Twitch and YouTube. Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Yule, Happy Holidays. No matter what holiday you observe, I hope you enjoy good merriment in it. In the end, you notice that the things you do right are the things you made a mistake in the past and reflected on, especially things that you've gotten burned from. Yeah. What do I want to do? Do I want to make a potion that strong? Probably not. Let's just use 2 horns and 3 lizards to make this. Save the guts for a real important potion. Hasty Elixir grants a low-level haste effect, which boosts your movement speed while running, swimming, or climbing. Yay! So telling your past self anything wouldn't do much. It would answer what, but what's more important is why, and why is a lot less about logic and a lot more about specific experiences. Yes, I can now understand all the abstractions that I can make as an adult now, and telling your past self about that wouldn't really help them work through the abstraction. The necessary shifts in logic without having any concrete examples to follow it up with. Something that's immediately apparent when you explain all the logical abstractions in things. So what I want to do here is we want to go back up to where the brazier is, and we're going to imbibe a speed elixir and get to running. Thing is, you can't run when the torch is lit. So if the torch is lit, we're stuck at this speed. We want that native walking speed to be a bit faster. You had a friendship that started really fast, which ended really fast as well, and really badly, because it didn't have a foundation and we weren't adjusted to each other. And that taught me of what not to do when you eventually get into a relationship. Yeah, at the friendship level, let me ask you this, Rasby. Please feel free to tell me if I've crossed bounds or gone too far in asking it. And I'll go back and read that sentence as soon as I've asked it. Are you a man who believes in courtship? Who thinks courtship is a good idea? Like, let me try to use different... I'm assuming you know what the words mean, but let me try to frame this in the plainest way possible. Not just going out for dates, but like the idea of getting to know a person as a friend first, then going out. Yeah, I know that comes across as very condescending. I'm sorry. I'm mostly trying to not overstep a boundary to start with. That's all. Are you the sort of chap that thinks that courtship is an essential requirement? Because I've had friends I say had for a good reason, and when I was raid leading maybe a decade ago, I had people who you're not familiar with courtship. It's the idea you become friends with the person you're gonna marry, the person you intend on being romantic with. Because I've had, like I was saying earlier, I'll just skip to the part where I need to continue at. I've had people that I've talked to say, oh, I became friends with my wife after we got married, not before. So they skipped the foundational step and went straight into am I physically attracted? Yeah, I'd like to have this person in my life. And then they figured out if they were compatible or not. Courtship kind of is the longer, more protracted version, where the friendship making comes first, and then you figure out if you're, romance material. You're not, you generally believe it's important to have a strong foundation. From what you described to me what courtship is, then yeah. I mean, obviously go look up the definition. Don't just let me, say what something is. But I think I've given a pretty good explanation for what it is without saying its definition. You think it's important, but then you could make it work without that as well. See, that's the part I find alien. I also believe courtship is important. And maybe for me, I'm demi-romantic. My romantic identity is I want to be romantic with people I've made friends with, and not anyone else. Because I think this is just me on a personal level. I think a lot of the fights and arguments that one would have from becoming friends after the fact all get sorted out beforehand. You figure out if you're a match for this person for the romantic interest without having to invest all that time. You figure it out at the friendship stage or beforehand. Rather than waste time or lead people on, I guess is the way you want to use it in the world of romance. You don't want to lead people on. You can have very toxic relationships that turn out really fine because of the shared commitment. Yeah, I suppose for me it's alien, but maybe that's just me not thinking from their point of view. Let me actually imbibe this elixir before I get carried away. All right, let's get to work. So if that semi-dangerous behavior is done in agreement by both people, and it... Hello? Oh, what a shame. I don't think you're gonna be able... I don't think I'm gonna be able to cross there that way. I don't think I'm gonna be able to carry that torch that way. I guess we gotta go this other way then. And it backfires or it doesn't. It could still end up good, but obviously you wouldn't recommend it. Okay. I was merely curious, so thank you for answering that. But I suppose that I could turn this into a broader engagement question for those of you in chat, YouTube, Twitch, or otherwise. You know, what do you guys think about cultivating romantic relationships with people? Do you think courtship is required, or do you see it as not strictly necessary? Or are you somewhere in the middle? It's about meeting people where they're at and having mutual goals and commitments. I agree, and I can rationally make sense of all that. It's just... Well, okay, now we're approaching a circular conversation then. If that's met, then details like courtship being present might or might not matter as much. Yeah, I have family members, like extended family, or clients whose marriages and relationships are, by all standards, very toxic, but like outside looking in, but it apparently works. It's like staring at Winston Churchill's relationship and on the surface saying the man didn't love his wife or whatever. Maybe that wasn't the case, and he was just known for being very saucy at all times. You could be wrong, but you've never had a wife and such. Valid. Yeah, all of this is from the outside looking in for myself. It could seem toxic and actually be toxic, but still be worth it for them. But then at that point, it's like it's not... Nobody's being mentally nourished. I agree with the factual portion of what you're saying. I don't think you and I are grappling differently for that. It's... There's no psychological nourishment from either party, or at least it doesn't seem like there's any. It could seem toxic. Oh, right, I already read that. And it could still lead to mutual improvement somehow. It's just strange to me. That's all. That the idea that courtship is not strictly necessary is wild. To use the millennial language. I really need to turn this way. Hateno Ancient Tech Lab is now set as a travel gate. We did it, chat. We made it to the namesake thumbnail today. I need to make sure I keep doing that. Well, they're definitely getting something out of it. So both partners are in this unaware trauma response loop. Right. If the relationship feels more pitiable than a real one, which I know is very... It's not nice to say. And this loop prevents them from feeling the real hurt that their bodies are avoiding. Right, exactly. It's like it's putting off the inevitable arguments that show up from the trauma feedback response loop. Who's Pride Flower? Hi, Pride Flower. Oh, Pride Flower is an emote that we don't have. Good luck. Wah? Linky is Linky. So it's neither good nor bad. Yep. That's kind of what I'm forced to say, is that it's neither good nor bad. It just kind of is. But the nice thing about neither good nor bad, at least when it comes to that, is that I'm free to not live that way. I would never want to be in a relationship, and this is just me speaking on my own convictions here. I would never want to be in a relationship where the foundation wasn't set first. I would never want to put myself, or I would never want to put someone else through that. I think avoiding that hurt, that inevitable hurt or pain inflicted from participating in such a feedback loop, is itself a problem. But again, that's just me speaking off my own convictions. I'm more than happy to back that up with as much gusto and vocabulary as I can provide. It's good in the way that it prevents them from getting just casually crushed and they can leave it for later. It's bad in the way that it's obviously not getting you the real deal. You're basically just living in your own world. Right. And I suppose that brings us to like a very interesting quandary, right? Rasby, are you familiar with a term called lavender marriage? And I suppose this goes for anyone else that's as well that happens to be listening. Don't worry, I'm not. You still make mistakes, yeah. Don't worry, not doing that. I'm taking everything. How is that written? Are you talking about? You want me to read it verbatim? Or are we talking about how I read things? Or are we talking about? Something else? The lavender marriage thing? Okay, the term. Yes. Lavender marriage, like the plant. Or the color. Never heard of it? Not surprising. It's an LGBT thing. It's what sometimes is theorized might have happened between some monarchy couples in the past, like Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI, King Louis XVI of France. A lavender marriage is when possibly two LGBT people, one's gay, one's lesbian, but it could be anyone really, marry, but they interact with each other on a transactional level, but they're never actually like married to each other in spirit, so to speak. So if I'll refer back to the theorizing about King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, because there were rumors that Marie Antoinette had a relationship with Lady Polignac, who was one of her inner circle. She was considered a fan favorite. Friends with different benefits, yes. So instead of friends with benefits is like the sex thing, right? Friends with different benefits would be, we don't get public scrutiny for being LGBT, and we can go out and actually meet people we're interested in being sexual with. Basically, is how I would word it. Friends with different benefits is a very general way of putting it. Oftentimes in the modern era where a lavender marriage is being discussed, it's usually for tax purposes, or it's for, again, it's to avoid that public scrutiny. Both people in the lavender marriage kind of play the part. They'll hold hands, they'll, go over shopping plans together, they'll pay the taxes and whatever, but they're not like sexually and or possibly even romantically interested in one another. It's a marriage of mutual convenience. You ask me what you're thinking about it? I guess that turned into me explaining what it was, huh? I think there's a lot of things you could ask about it. Well, I suppose I could ask, it's in the same vein as like courtship. When we discussed courtship, we were like, let me know if I'm not parsing this right. You discussed potential avenues where courtship isn't strictly necessary, but you personally believe it's important. So I guess what I'm asking is, because it follows the line of, obviously, it doesn't have a strong foundation. Lavender marriages usually don't have a strong foundation. Do you think that's fine? Like, is that something that is not permissible? Because that sort of implies I'm asking legally. Is that something that you would generally frown upon? Like, these people in a lavender marriage are like, they're not going through the marriage procedure for marriage reasons. They're not building a foundation. They're just looking to derive some other benefit for it. Or do you see lavender marriage as more of it's sort of just a byproduct of the times, or a byproduct of the modern era, or so on? I know. I'm not very good at shortening the question, am I? I guess in the simplest terms, I guess I'm really asking what your opinion on marriages of convenience are. Arranged marriages, or in this case, the lavender marriage is not exactly arranged, but it's a subset of people agreeing to be together for mutual benefit. Well, there's no global objective. Yeah, right. It's all contextual. It depends on the goal. Someone wanting to get certain tax benefits or whatever, then for them it could be great, and perhaps negligibly bad for the government. Pura, Link. I'm not Linky. I'm Link. Snappity snap. No. Now is not the time for this. The guidance stone is suddenly working again, and now Linky has arrived. Say Linky, did you by any chance happen to light a furnace with a blue flame? Yep. If you figured out how to do that without being told, you must have come out of the slumber of restoration in good shape. Oh, yes, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab's Distinguished Director, Pura. That's supposed to be said all cheerfully. Snappity snap. Ah, yes. My arm is caught in the headphones. It seems I spilled the beans all by myself about my role as the true director of this place. My apologies, Linky. It seems you have yet to fully grasp the specifics of the situation at hand. I'll just speak bluntly. How about? You were instructed by Impa to come here to have your Sheikah slate repaired, correct? Precisely. Called it. And we'll get to that. But first, I have some questions. I like how she says, I have some questions, and then says, anyway. Linky, do you remember any... And then proceeds to ask questions anyway. Cool. Excellent English. Do you remember any dreams from your time in the slumber of restoration? You don't look like you've changed a bit in the last 100 years, but something must have happened in all that time. Well, no matter. Damn, Pura, you're not gonna actually, let me answer a question, are ya? Yeah, I suppose maybe I was asking if you had a value judgment. That might be a good way to word that question, is do you, see any value in that? Or do you think ick, ew, or fine? I feel like I'm not really in a position to judge. If both people agree, then I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm only concerned if someone gets affected by it. Otherwise, you're basically neutral. Yep, do you personally have a value judgment? No. Not really. I'm in the same camp. I see it as a strictly necessary byproduct of times both ancient and modern. Back then, in the 1600s, when people were engaging in lavender marriages like that, it was because the world was much more hostile to LGBT people than it is today. You could not be LGBT without people, making all kinds of scandalous rumors about you. And you could be snatched up on a whim and questioned to high hell and back, and that's the bare minimum. These days, it feels like we're about to backslide back into that, where people who don't fit certain narratives can get snatched up off the street, asked questions, and they might be lucky if they get out with maybe minor injury or whatever. Feels really close to being back in those times, depending on which country you live, of course. But I think I sort of view it with some sadness, just a bit, because I think in an ideal world, lavender marriages would be strictly not necessary. There should be no reason for people to gallivant and pretend to be married in quite possibly a loveless, likeless relationship. Like, it's strictly transactional, strictly mutual benefit. There's only logic in that and no emotion. And that's not what relationships are supposed to be, yeah? Yeah, your brother is extremely homophobic? I'm gonna, like, crumple my lip a bit at that. He told me he would kind of beat up someone if he saw two dudes make out in public. Look, people are like, you're a Christian. I sort of expect you to go ew at that. No, I'm not gonna go ew at that. I might say, you two could take this to a back room, but I would say this about a man and his wife French kissing in public. It's gross. If you're going to be intimate, be intimate. Just do it out of public view. PDA is like a real thing. Of course, I don't mind if people are like at a marriage ceremony kissing each other or, a peck on the cheek. That's whatever. But if you're just like wholesale hog, making out, on the counter, I'm going to say something or I'm going to leave. It depends on whether I can go somewhere or not. But I wouldn't beat them up. That's just... forget homophobia. If we just eliminated, like, those terms and strictly talked in terms of people doing things to people, that would still be wrong. That's assault. It's a crime. It's chargeable by law. And the only reason it gets a pass is because, or it might get a pass or get people talking is, they're quote-unquote different than normal. Let me shift over here. I always seem to be sliding right for some strange reason. Hello, Goob the Goober. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How are you in health and spirit today? I hope you enjoy the stream. You've come in on, like, the butt end of it, I'm afraid. We've got maybe 9 minutes left before we hit the road. And the next time people will see me is on Wednesday. It's Monday, right? Yeah, it's Monday. I actually get a day off tomorrow. Now, I don't know if that's more or less fucked up than me kind of wanting to get into a fight with him. Not really to make him suffer, but to actually practice my really trained fighting skills. If you're trying to find a different motivation than your brother being morally repugnant, right? I realize I'm probably saying something I shouldn't, but here's the thing. I just don't know what to do with that. Like, it's just blatant homophobia. It's disgusting. I wouldn't actually really fight anyone. You don't want to make anyone suffer. You just really like fighting. You like the martial, like, acumen and training that comes along with it. Yeah, well, for anyone coming in at the bottom of the hour, welcome to the stream of Breath of the Wild, where we talk about nothing related to the game whatsoever. We've talked mental health, psychological issues, relationships. We go the whole 9 yards on this channel. Sometimes. I don't know what I would do if I were in the same room as your brother, Rasby. I mean, I would be a nice, polite person, but I don't know if I would want to associate with just blatant homophobia. I don't know how you feel on the matter, and that's probably too personal for the stream, but... So, don't answer that. But... homophobia is yuck. Just yuck. There's no reason to get involved in people's personal lives. What they do in their... Good thing you don't deal with them a lot. I think that speaks volumes about where your position on your position with him is. And that's about as much as I'm gonna say about that. I'm gonna use this time to go into a little tiny PSA with just chat in general. This is your cue. This is an LGBT-friendly space. It is an autism-friendly space. If you come in and you're disparaging, you're phobic, you're xenophobic, or an icky person, leave. Leave and do not return. Don't make me ban you. Or at the very least, keep them toxic thoughts to yourself. Now that I've gotten that little bit of a PSA out, let's finish this stream strong, shall we? Where were we? Pyrrha. I'm just happy you're still in one piece. Linky, what's with that look? You still do remember me, right? I don't remember. Really? Well, I'm so shocked I don't know if I'll ever be able to recover from this. Even though 100 years ago I took you to the Shrine of Resurrection after Calamity Ganon fatally wounded you, even though I was the one who put you safely into the slumber of restoration. Despite all that, you still don't remember me? As expected. After 100 years in the slumber of restoration, subject has lost all memories. Noted. Oh, sorry. I have a bad habit of taking notes rather abruptly like that. It's a charming quirk, isn't it? Guess so. Anywho, do you have any questions for me? Aren't you like a child? How very rude. Or perhaps it's not rude at all. I suppose it's actually a rather logical conclusion to jump to. Whips out notebook. Says game is self-aware. ... Closes notebook. Let me stop back. Let me go back and read a sentence here. Sometimes he gets drunk, and that might... Oh. Goody, you're giving me extra reasons to, like, internally cringe. He likes punching you in the shoulder, and you have to manage that? Oh, so he's actually just committing assault. Awesome. I already don't like him. And I haven't even met the guy. I feel for you. Really, I do. If you ever need to vent about that in private, feel free. I'm all ears, because I have relatives like that are mean drunk when they're drunk. They drink a lot, and I want nothing to do with them when they're like that. And sometimes I don't even want to deal with them when they're sober. I wish I could, like, drink next to them, because I feel like that would be the only time the company is palatable. But hot damn, if nature doesn't say, nah fam, you're gonna be awake and aware for everything. You're gonna be sober. I have the tolerance of a pixie when it comes to alcohol. A thimbleful of the stuff gets me feeling tired, and a couple more thimblefuls and sleepy time. You had to grapple him once. Felt really good about that. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Rasby. Really. He's also a huge mountain of a man. He's the kind of dude you'd be the most scared of or from. He's fairly buff. Really, he's gotta be the alpha male type, right? I don't want to be like stereotypical, but I assume he is like the alpha among alpha males. The truth is, I look this way because of a failed experiment. Well, I say failed, but in some ways it was a success. I documented the full affair in my diary upstairs. But the whole thing is embarrassing, so I insist you refrain from reading it. Anyway, enough about that. Back to the topic at hand. Well then, let's go ahead and restore those Sheikah Slate runes for you. Not sure how much I want to talk about it, but he is... Oh. I'm not even... Rasby, for your benefit and my own, I'm not going to finish reading out loud the rest of that sentence. But that tells me everything. Thanks. Definitely feel free to vent to me anytime about that if you want. Give me a nice snap. Go on, no time to be shy about it. Nice one. Okay then, Chica Slate repair underway. Guidance stone lock removed. Now let's do this thing. Check it. I need a quote from Pura saying check it, because I know that's her in Age of Calamity. Oh, fun fact. I'm a lot more tolerant of people who do homophobia when they are not homophobic. It's actually very close friends who were like that. I was forced to either learn or set boundaries or cut ties. And you've done the first one. When it comes to people who are homophobic, I generally tend to follow a policy of, if I don't need to associate with them, I don't. Like, I don't even form the tie in the first place. I just learn, take the note, and go, okay, go about my business. I'm not a social crusade warrior. I'm not going to immolate them over just having passive homophobia. It's if they start trying to do things like, I don't know, punch a gay person or a lesbian person or a bi person or a trans person, like punching anyone who is marginalized. That's going to be where I step in. If that person goes to degrade them with insults, or they attempt to dehumanize, that I'm going to say something then, even at the risk of getting punched, because that's just doing the right thing. It's just being a good person. Like I said, and again, I'll reiterate this PSA. This is an LGBT-friendly space. If people need to check their homophobia, check it at the door. Sheikah Slate authenticated. Camera. Hyrule Compendium and album missing files confirmed. Starting repair. Yeah, that's fair, but personally, if you want to contribute on the issue, being friends with them might actually reduce how much they want to act homophobic. A lack of safety and needs, and a person having more of them naturally makes them less hierarchical. Yeah, like that is a common thing. It's the two perspectives on this again. You either don't associate with them, or you attempt to befriend them, and I hate using the word fix them because that's not correct, but you attempt to make them see reason, make them be less hierarchical, make them empathize more. It's the idea, if you can enlighten someone, if you can make them be a more help them be a more reasonable human being, why wouldn't you do that? I'm honestly of two minds about the subject. My sibling is strictly for safety reasons, strictly in the I don't associate with them category. That's just how they are. They're actively confrontational with homophobes. Me, on the other hand, I'm strictly between the two. Now, when it comes to your brother, not sure you'd be friends with them, but the vast majority of other people you would be fine being friends with. I see them as people and don't assume I have the right views, because the presence of a right is the core of the issue. Right. As long as if homophobia or racism comes in the form of, I guess, stereotypes, that's one thing. Stereotypes can be dispelled. But if we're at the point where if racist and homophobic people are calling for extinction, extermination, head scrubbing, like LGBT people, sometimes in closed family settings are often, say, I wish I could put you in a camp right now, or, I'll sign you up for this conversion therapy and maybe you'll be normal somehow. It's that kind of shit, That's when I get all vindictive and petty, because at that point you've moved beyond personal perception and you have moved to violating the rights of another person. That's where the extent of my understanding stops. Me personally. You apply the same rule to racism and other phobias, you wouldn't fully blame them. No, but they still have to take responsibility, right? But what does taking responsibility look like? those extremes are kind of the things you would probably finish your understanding on too. Yeah, so you and I are more alike on that than our words are saying. I'm not as militant or hardcore about it as maybe my sibling or some of my other friends are. And I don't blame them for being hardcore. It's a natural adaptation to people literally wanting to kill you. Or say you're subhuman and not you're worth less than dirt. I totally get that. And I do not begrudge them of their militancy. I just can't be that way. Now this, my fine friends, is the start of a really long side quest. The 100% for this game includes the compendium. It includes all 12 memories. And we're going to be doing this along with everything else. That stuff is terrible. Although I do want to say that the other extreme can also be bad too. Oh, it's militancy on both sides. It's seeing people as subhuman or retaliating in a way that makes you know better than them, right? It's like, well, it's the pettiness and the hostility beget themselves. And it's done. So, is it all fixed up now? Let's see here. Which one is it? Camera, Hyrule Compendium, album? Yup, looks good. So I know this is sudden, but hear me out. Take a picture of me with the camera. Oh, and don't forget to let me see it. Take my picture. I'm gonna take a snap of the man instead. Alright, Pyrrha. Would you mind taking a pose, though? You're just gonna sit there all cutesy, huh? Snap! How's the picture taking going? Did she get a cute pic? I should have just left her expecting a pose right there. I took one. Ooh, I can't wait to see it. Let me see. That's a really high jump. It is! Everything in Zelda can be in the Zelda series can be exaggerated sometimes, especially in this style. Who is this beautiful young creature? Meme? Meme. Definitely a meme. I wonder now how high kids can jump, because you're not entirely sure if it's out of the ordinary. More cellular energy, but perhaps less muscle control. I feel like there's some physical parameters that could just be looked up to answer a question like that. But it doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility for kids to jump more than a quarter or half their height. Oh, I guess that's my cue. Sorry, I kind of lost it there. It wasn't on purpose. You were admiring yourself. You were glowing and gloating over your appearance, Pyrrha. Admit it. It's not just a pretty girl in these images. Yep, there are also some old landscape photos stored in that album. I knew Princess Zelda had made frequent use of the camera feature, but this... Hey, Linky, it dawns on me that you were Princess Zelda's appointed knight, which means... there's a strong possibility that you accompanied her to all the places where these pictures were taken. Oh, right. The lost memory thing could prove troublesome. But don't lose hope. It just means these pictures could be the missing piece to help restore your lost memory. If my hunch is correct, I suggest you check in with Impa. She knows more about Princess Zelda than even I do. Oh yeah, there's just one more thing I need from you. You don't have to worry about this until after you see Impa, but I want you to bring me back some ancient materials. Bring them either to me or to Robbie at the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. This Princess Zelda. I believe it has a legend about it too. Some might even say it's a Legend of Zelda. Wink wink, nudge nudge. Okay. I believe we can see ourselves out now with that one, Raspy. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Maybe me more than you. As if my joy weren't enough. If you bring us ancient materials, we'll give you something good as a reward. Alright, let's do this. Okay. That does sound familiar. Yeah, let me pour back over the, magazines of the late 1990s, and I'm sure I could specify a legend for you. Here's the thing, though. These legends, they never have her... You know what? I have to take that back. Normally, I would say they don't involve her. Like, she's the principal figure of the series, but never, ever, ever. They never include her, but guess what? I don't know how up to date you are with gaming news, but the recent Legend of Zelda is called Echoes of Wisdom. And Zelda's like the main character in that. Like, you actually have to go and save Link. These legends could form a league. That's also true. That's also true. And then a dimensional portal appears, and the next thing you know, you're on the cover of the magazines for Arcane or whatever. I'm pretty sure Arcane is set in the same universe as League of Legends. I could be wrong, though. All right. Finally. We finally made it to the tech lab, everybody. So, the next time we meet, for those who are not up on modern news, yeah, thank you. I appreciated your company today, Raspy. Really. I also appreciated everyone else's company as well. The next time we will see each other, at least on screen to screen, is Wednesday at 1 p.m. I'm gonna make sure I don't miss the mark this time. I really do apologize about today. I had some really bad sleep. I'm gonna take Tuesday to kind of like really just rest up. You know, divvy it up with the other content creation I have to do and all that. And Wednesday we should be back up. Oh, well, Wednesday it'll be Christmas, won't it? A good sleep will end a bit tonight because I have to go to therapy. Hopefully therapy isn't too traumatic for you. Or at least the trauma that does occur in therapy can be sorted. I hope that goes well for you, Raspy. Really, I do. Right, I'm trying to remember not the old way, not actual therapy, but more like discussion with a therapist. Right. Okay. She doesn't call it therapy? You call it therapy. Oh, she actually calls it something different? What is she calling it? If it's not therapy, what else could it be? That's the therapist's job description. That's quite the head scratcher. Just a regular discussion? Oh, she's not getting paid for it. Oh, this definitely screams like a BetterHelp.com type situation, at least to me. Which is fine. If it's working for you, it works for you. But I know here in the US, after like a year after it came out, BetterHelp.com, it definitely, screams or elicits some thoughts of a scam site, because people are often unpaid, and BetterHelp doesn't always verify that the people that are helping are actual licensed therapists. She's definitely qualified. In an actual official session with her as well. Okay. Hey, if it works and she's the real deal, that's fine. And ultimately, it's your life to live anyway. As soon as you said she doesn't call it therapy, though, my eyebrows did definitely do this. Like, went as far up as possible. And Niv, my ass needs some wings. And Niv, what the hell? What the hell is wrong with you, Niv? My ass needs some wings. A Niv wants to be on a Red Bull commercial, everybody. A Niv wants to be in a Red Bull commercial. Wow, what an outro. You do also want some official therapy, but there's some weird issues. It's probably like insurance or whatever qualifies for insurance. Essentially, you're knowledgeable enough and working on yourself so much that you just need some more gas. And by gas, do you mean actual, like, petroleum? Or do you mean more like just more fuel? So legitimate fuel then. I take it the therapist must be, like, official therapist must be out of town for you? Would that be correct? Yeah, flammable fossil fuel. I'm just making sure I didn't cross a wire sometimes. Or somewhere along the way. Because sometimes my friends will say we're gassing each other up, and I have to think, okay, now that's a new usage of the word gas, and that's going to lead to confusion. Can't tell if you're joking. Yeah. No, I gotcha. It's just, that's your main therapist? Understandable. No, I definitely wasn't joking. I wanted to make sure I didn't cross wires somewhere. And a new therapist? Gotcha. Makes sense. And the cheer wine's gone. This is definitely getting to be an awkward outro. For you guys on Twitch and YouTube, I'm going to try to, truncate and make sure Twitch and YouTube end at about the same time. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today, as I've already said. For you guys on Twitch, I'm going to need to cut and run today, but otherwise, normally with an audience like this, I would actually consider raiding. And I'd have to do that after truncating things on the YouTube side. Instead, what I'm going to do is shout out a particular streamer, just one, and we're going to go from there. If you guys for those of you on Twitch, or even YouTube, if you want to do the searching, if you guys like, variety gaming content and you just want a nice big chat room to be in, go check out Lobos Jr. They're playing through Subnautica today, which is as much a horror game as it is a survival game. Dear old Lobo is playing Subnautica today, which can always be a treat if it's someone's first time or like a specifically geared playthrough. It would feel super weird to call it a hangout because it's still in the professional sense, right? You're meeting a therapist. It's not exactly hanging out. It's just meeting and then talking without it being therapy. She doesn't evaluate you or anything, mostly just kind of venting or exploring a bit. Okay, so it's in that in-between state. That makes a lot of sense. Aniv, Aj doing, oh my god. That's gotta be an emote. Or maybe it meant ad join, oh my god, I have no clue. You're gonna schedule some actual proper therapy, but, I mean, honestly, if that's working for you, proper, in air quotes, therapy can be something that comes after you feel you can't derive anymore, or your current therapist stops being a good fit for you for whatever reason. It's not really completely formal, it's just that it's an age and function gap. Yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair. Because she's the one directing the therapy, actually, she's the one that sets the stage, but you're the one that talks through and dissects issues. And then she just asks questions after that. It just doesn't come with the official diagnosis. I get what you're trying to say. Well, senators and inductees, it's been a good one. I'll see you guys on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you guys need to keep up with my schedule for any reason, she talks about her own stuff as well. That's a little different. Yeah, it's more like a mutual exchange of conversation. Here in the U.S., or maybe even just therapy in general, the therapist doesn't normally, talk about themselves quite like that. Yeah, exactly. It's a normal human. That is wild. That is insane to think about. because it's not therapy, but it approaches therapy. It's therapeutic. That's the adjective I'm looking for. It's therapeutic without being therapy. As strange as that is to say. Thank you guys so much again. I know, the third thank you. Gotta stop with that. See you guys on Wednesday. Take care of yourself. You lived your whole life with makeshift solutions. This is makeshift therapy. Gonna stop it's all good. I'm the one holding myself. But yeah, good night and see you around. Senators and inductees, my name is Coinstamp or Swirling Vortex. Most people call me Coin. This has been another really deep episode of Breath of the Wild. We're going to be trying to get to Hyrule Field tomorrow, along with discovering our memories in a certain mountain range. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye, my senators and inductees.